All right, thanks everybody for joining us. We're going to go ahead and get started, and we'll turn it over to Howard to get us started with a welcome.
And welcome everybody, and thank you for joining in on the Ways of Wales 2022. It's quite an endeavor, and it takes a team to put this together, and you're seeing them on the screen. Cindy Hansen is wrangling it all together, and with the help of Elisa Lemire Brooks and Stephanie Raymond and Katie Watkins, and backed up by Jeannie Hamilton and Tiffany Waldner. There's a lot going on today. We have a whole lineup of very engaging and informative, and in some cases entertaining talks on the program today. So we will proceed, but let's go to Katie to give the acknowledgement that we are all on sovereign tribal lands. Katie?
Thanks, Howard. Yeah, so we just want to say that we are grateful for our friendship and connection of the Coast Salish nations. We respect and honor their generations of knowledge, stewardship, guidance, and spiritual presence in the Salish Sea. We acknowledge that we occupy the ancestral lands of the Coast Salish peoples. We see you, respect your right to sovereignty and self-determination, and we're committed to being better stewards of the land and the waters of the Salish Sea. And back to you, Howard.
Okay. And my task now is to try to give you an update on the state of affairs of the Lolita campaign, or the whale with four names, actually. I tend to call her Toki because that's the name that she knows, that she has heard for these, oh my God, 51 years that she has been in Miami, which is short for Toki Tai, which was the name first given to her by the veterinarian who selected her from the Seattle waterfront. And she was quickly renamed Lolita for the stage name effects. And for the past couple of years, the Lummi tribe has renamed her as a relative, as a member of their families, after a village on Penn Cove called Scully, which was a very important community in a village, and that's right where she was captured. So her Lummi name is Scully Cheltanut, which sort of means the female inhabitant of Scully on the banks of Penn Cove. So I'd like to try to give you an update and clarify exactly how the whole project is going right now. For a little background, if you didn't know, 26 years ago, in 1995, we actually started the campaign. It was launched by Ken Balcom at the Center for Whale Research and Governor Lowry and Secretary of State Monroe in March of 1995. But there was no organization, no nonprofit. So it seemed like the right thing to do. So we started the Toki campaign at that time. And it seemed appropriate because we had the background in her family. Basically, we knew her family. And that was information that people didn't have. In this whole conversation that was going on about her, there was very little mention of the fact that she is a member of LPOD. Still to this day. I mean, this was 26 years ago, and she had been there a long time then, and it was a very long shot that she would ever come back, but it was worth the campaign to make that point, that she is a member of LPOD and of the Southern resident community, and that doesn't go away. That's something that stays for a very, very long time. And I believe that even after all these years, she still carries those memories, that identity as a member of the Southern resident community. So I'd like to give you a very clear picture of what's going on right now, but I don't know, to tell you the truth. It is so unstable. There's such a mess. There are so many entities involved. There is still the owner that Parques Reunidos and Palace Entertainment apparently still own it. but it was announced in August, and it should have been completed by now, that the dolphin company from Mexico had bought this aquarium. But it is on county property, so the county has a big role. But the big wrench in the works came in August when a report was announced, an inspection report that was just absolutely scathing. I mean, it just completely described a kind of a chaos, a Lord of the Flies situation with nobody in charge, nobody observing protocols, nobody taking care of water quality, food quantity, the movements of the whales and dolphins around. And so it was a real mess. And she was showing signs of injuries and of bacterial loads and other problems that were showing up that were just horrendous. That actually, the inspection was done in June, but it was finally pried loose in August. And it's just not sure that anything has been done about that, but that seems to have delayed the transfer of ownership to the dolphin company. But basically, the place is a fortress. There's a wall of silence around this aquarium, and it's almost impossible to know what's going on. And I just don't know how that's all going to shake out. And there have been some positive signs from the dolphin company that at least they might entertain the notion. And I do believe that she is at this point such a total embarrassment to anyone who is associated with this aquarium that everyone will say she needs to get out of there. And to make that point, I have a couple of very short videos that I'd like to show you. And the first one is kind of heartbreaking, I have to admit. I don't mean to pluck anybody's heartstrings, but I want to give you a sense of the emotional power behind this whole campaign that is global. I mean, it's all around the world. There are many, many thousands of people who are very devoted to her return, her at least release out of that tank. And this is why. The second video is heartwarming. It actually shows her responsiveness, her receptiveness to being spoken to in a tender, loving way. She can build trust and build relationships. So you'll see that too. So I'm going to give you about a minute of a drone video of her in her tank, apparently taken in August, and I really don't know who took it or how it happened, but it's been everywhere. It's gone wild in the social media and the internet. Thousands of people have seen this, and you can see how this can motivate people to say she needs to get out of there. And it also shows that they really didn't clean the place up after that devastating inspection report from last June. This drone is from August. Okay, let's see. There's a box to check down here that says optimize. I don't see it. Oh, well. I don't want to play the whole thing. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. That's a different one. That's the second one. So let's stop share, reshare. And I don't see optimized screen, but it looks good. Okay, this is, can you hear me? I'm not sure if my voice is carrying. But this is the drone video from last August. You can see how horrific the conditions are. This is her life when there's no one around. The tank is filthy. The paint is chipped. Nobody should have to put up with conditions like that, certainly not a southern resident orca. So now I want to play another short video, about 2 minutes. And this is from a visit by Rachel Anderson, who is devoted to Toki, has been following her whole story for 10 years or so, and she's only roughly 20 or so. And she spent 3 days last November of 2020, so a little over a year ago. And all 3 days went to both shows, all 3 days. And this was the last show on the last day. And she is relating to Toki. She's talking to her. I hope you can hear the audio. She takes a good look at Rachel. And what this shows is that she is alert. She's responsive. She knows when she is being spoken to, and she responds to affection. Keep holding on, baby. So that's pretty much the state of the campaign. We don't know what's going to happen. It depends on these 4 entities that are not saying anything. So we really don't know where it's going to go from here, if they're going to clean the place up. But she needs to get out of there. Everybody understands that very well. All right, so now
Howard,
it is, yes.
there's a question in the Q&A. What's the name of the company that's purchasing the
It's okay. The company that is buying this aquarium is called the Dolphin Company. They're based in Mexico, and well, you can look them up and read all about it.
Thank
It is my great joy to introduce Dana Lyons, the environmental troubadour, the spokesman for our rivers and streams and mountains, and a campaigner par excellence, organized a whole lot of campaigns, and has helped with his music and his energy to make things happen, and has a very good track record of getting things done. So Dana will entertain us and inform us with a couple of great songs. Take it away, Dana, and thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Good morning, everyone. Really a pleasure to be here with the Orca Network team, and appreciate what everyone's doing. I'd like to sing a couple songs. This first song is called Love Song to Jane, and I wrote it for Jane Goodall, and I'd like to dedicate it to all of us who are working to protect the orca and the whales, and the people around the world who are working so hard to protect all the animals, all the beautiful creatures of our world who are threatened. curious when we're very small. So excited by the beauty of it all. We turn our faces up just to feel the rain. We're feeling that love song to Jane. See the gentle courage in your eyes, walking out alone into the wild. Risking love is also risking pain. We're risking that love song to Jane. And the only way for you to save your friends is a trip around the world that never ends. And you teach us every day as you urge us on our way. Keep living that love song to Jane. Dragonflies and frogs and mice and skates, watching lion kittens as they play. Africa is waiting for the rain, waiting for that love song to Jane. 100 years from now, we will see the elephants, giraffes, and chimpanzees, and our great-granddaughters turn their faces up to the rain. They'll be singing that love song to Jane. And the only way for you to save your friends is a trip around the world that never ends. And you teach us every day as you urge us on our way. Keep living that love song to Jane. And you teach us every day as you urge us on our way. Keep living that love song to Jane. Keep risking that love song to Jane. Keep singing that love song to Jane. Yes, in these challenging times, never forget that there are people like those of us in the Orca network all over the world, scientists, environmentalists, and just regular folks who love animals and love the beautiful habitat of the earth that are working on these projects. it's the largest movement in human history, and we are an important part of it here in the Pacific Northwest. This next song is called The Great Salish Sea, and this was written from the perspective of Granny, who was the matriarch of the Southern residents. She passed away, I don't know, 5-6 years ago now. And this kind of imagines what she experienced as the different boats changed over the century that she lived. We believe she was around 104 when she passed away. But going from the changing sound of the Native American dugout canoes to the great sailing ships arriving, and now to the present day when the giant super tankers and coal ships and freighters are putting a lot of noise into the water. Before I sing this song, I just want to remind everyone that our campaign to have the 4 lower Snake River dams breached, removed, is going very well, I believe. The Governor Inslee, has indicated recently that something needs to be done. It's not a done deal, but we're moving in the right direction. And the people who love the orca, the people who love the salmon, citizens across Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, and many, many First Nations people, Native Americans, Native American leaders are calling for the removal of those dams so there can be more salmon going up into Idaho, spawning grounds for the Chinook, the king salmon, which is the primary source of food for the orca. So what you can do is we got to keep turning up the heat, slow but sure, and we need to contact Governor Inslee, Senator Patty Murray, and Senator Cantwell of Washington State. From my observation, they hold the key to making this move, and I think they want to do the right thing, but they need to hear from us. And I know a lot of us have already written or sent an email, but I do it again. We'll have to do this a few more times before we have the great celebration when we're all standing there at one of the dams when the excavators start smashing into it, and I hope to be singing at that celebration, and I hope that we will all be there cheering. Hold that vision, hold that vision. We will swim 1,000 miles to reach the shores of Emerald Isles, with salmon spawning by the million, herring spawning by the billion. Gather with our pods again, the summer food, the summer friends, to raise our babies safe and free. We gather in the Salish Sea. Oh, hush, hear the swish of the boats on the water, the hollowed out cedars, the sons and the daughters, the rhythm of paddles caressing the water, the rhythm of paddles to come greet the orca. Remember the legend, the myth, and the story a long time ago, when we witnessed the glory with thousands and thousands of whales swimming free. The orcas come home to the great Salish Sea. Oh. I hear your song for many miles, your distant thoughts, your distant smiles. Today we fish in different bays. Tonight we meet again to play. Oh, hush, hear the swish of the boats on the water, the great sailing ships with the sons and the daughters, the wind and the wood as it cuts through the water, the wind and the wood sailing out to the Orca. Remember the legend, the myth and the story a long time ago when we witnessed the glory with thousands and thousands whales swimming free. The orcas come home to the great sailor sea. Oh. 100 times around the sun, I saw the slaughter, smelled the blood, the water turning blue to brown, the metal ships, the screaming sound. I cannot hear your song today. The salmon gone, the herring late, and more the ships do come. Will anybody hear my song? Oh, hush, hear the scream of the ships on the water, the great super tankers, the coal ports, the freighters, the deafening noise overtaking the water, the deafening noise overcoming the Orca. Remember the legend, the myth and the story a long time ago when we witnessed the glory with thousands and thousands of whales swimming free. The orcas come home to the great sailor sea. Oh, hush, hear the voice from both sides of the border, the rallies, the blockades, the brave sons and daughters, the people speak out for protecting the water. The people are rising to come save the Orca. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. That was a great way to help kick off our event. We really, really appreciate you being here. As always, wonderful.
Thank you, Cindy. Yeah. My pleasure.
All right. Well, after that great kickoff, we are going to move on and actually show a couple of videos before we go on to our next presentation. The first one is a celebration of Orca Network's 20th birthday, which we celebrated actually in November. We are also celebrating birthdays of 3 Southern residents this year as well. So in November, we had an event to celebrate our birthday, and we invited the public to send birthday messages to us via videos that they took or by sending voice recordings. And we showed that at our event in November, while also celebrating the birthdays of the 3 Southern residents. So we are just going to show you a little compilation of clips from those birthday messages that we wanted to share with you today. So hope you enjoy it. Happy birthday, Orca Network.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Congratulations, Orca Network, on your 20th anniversary. I'm Fred Felleman, recovering orca biologist and current Port of Seattle Commission president. Here's to another 20 years of keeping us in touch with such an amazing privilege we have to share these waters with these whales. But with this privilege comes a responsibility to do all we can to coexist. Thank you, Orca Network, for the past 20 years of doing your part to that end.
Happy birthday, Howie and Susan and Orca Network. Oh my gosh, 20 years. Congratulations on staying in the business, staying relevant, staying important. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do. I don't know where we'd all be without you guys. Thank you so much, and cheers to 20 more.
Hi everyone, I'm Colleen Weiler, the Jessica Ricos Fellow with Whale and Dolphin Conservation, and I have been so lucky to work alongside of and learn from the incredibly knowledgeable, dedicated, and passionate team at Orca Network pretty much since I started with WDC. Thank you so much to the incredible team, and happy birthday, Orca Network. Bye.
Hi, Orca Network. It's Monica from the Orca Behavior Institute. I'm out here at Lime Kiln where I just had J-Pod go by, and we all just wanted to wish you a very happy 20th birthday. So much of what we do tracking the whales throughout the Salish Sea is made really enriched by your 20 years of data and hard work. Thank you for everything that you do, and happiest of birthdays from all of us at the Orca Behavior Institute.
Happy birthday, Orca Network. This is Whitney Negebauer from Whale Scout, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for being an amazing partner over the years, and for being the very first thing that so many of us go and look up every morning is your Facebook page to see if there's been whales. Thank you for always being there and always helping connect people and whales. Congratulations on 20 years, and here's to 20 more.
Happy 20th birthday, Orca Network. My name is Felicia, and I actually was able to attend a lot of protests and demonstrations down in South Florida for Lolita. So she's very special to me, and I think about her every day. So thank y'all so much for fighting tirelessly for her and her right to retire at a seaside sanctuary. Have a great day, guys.
Hey Orca Network, I just wanted to wish you a very happy birthday. As you can see behind me, I'm at the Mukilteo Terminal, about ready to cross over to Whidbey Island, home of the Orca Network, of course. And I just also wanted to tell you thank you so much for everything that you've done for everybody over the years, globally and locally in the Pacific Northwest, to bring the plight of the southern resident orcas to the forefront, and to make sure that we do what we can so that the orca is around for generations to come. So from me, Dory and Alexa, happy birthday, and we love you.
So we are here today at Semyamu Resort Hotel celebrating the 20-year anniversary of Orca Network. I think my favorite thing that I have ever spoken at as far as symposiums go is Waves of Whales, because it was my first symposium that I ever went to. I almost feel bad for waiting so long, waiting until like the big 20th anniversary to thank you guys for all of this.
You guys have taught us so much. You have literally changed our lives forever.
Hi Howard, hi Susan and Team Orca Network. Happy birthday, 20 years, that's amazing. Please keep going because we need you and what you're doing is important. So thank you so much, happy birthday, and yeah, I hope to see you soon. Bye.
Happy birthday, Orca Network. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, this is Allie Hudak. I had grown up as a dock rat in the San Juans with a family of divers. The orcas were just a part of life. And while I always felt connected to them growing up, I didn't really understand the challenges they would be facing or what amazing beings they really are. Orca Network really helped me open my eyes to the fact that I could be out there helping them, not just on the sidelines enjoying their company. So thank you to Orca Network for all that you do. Keep up the good work, and congratulations on 20 years. Bye.
Hello, my name is Bart Rulon. I'm a wildlife photographer and also a naturalist with Puget Sound Express Whale Watching. And I just wanted to say congratulations on your 20th birthday. You are an incredibly valuable tool for whale research and for those of us who love seeing the whales. So look forward to the next 20 years out there with you.
Carolyn Armand. I've been connected with Orca Network, Susan and Howie, since at least 2005. Thinking about it, I interacted, learned, worked, volunteered, and traveled with this effective organization more than any other. From San Juan Island, Whidbey Island, San Ignacio Lagoon to Maui, all about whales. I am very grateful for Orca Network and all of you. Happy birthday. Love, Caroline Amon.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Norman, and I'm a marine mammal veterinarian, and I've had the pleasure of working with Orca Network for the past 20 years plus, and I can't say enough good things about them. They've definitely inspired me and impressed me in how they are able to connect whales and other marine life with people, and I've done necropsies for them over the years, attended to sick animals, and they've always been a joy to work with. So thank you again, and I wish you guys a very happy birthday and hope for another 20 plus more.
From Bonnie Gretz, longtime volunteer. Thank you, Orca Network, for 20 years of incredible work for the cetaceans, habitat, and people of the Salish Sea and beyond. After becoming a volunteer in 2011, when I first moved to Whidbey Island, I am so grateful for the deep connections I've made and the opportunity to help this amazing organization. Belonging and contributing to this community has brought great joy and satisfaction to me. So thank you, Orca Network, Susan and Howie, and all the amazing staff and board members, and to all of my fellow volunteers.
Hi, my name is Kelly Zupich, and I'm the Executive Director for Sound Water Stewards. And I think one of the things that I've learned, especially from the education and the things that Orca Network has been involved in, is I've learned to have a greater level of empathy for these creatures, realizing how intelligent they are. So thank you for everything you guys are doing, and here's to another 20 years.
A message from Michelle Gall. When I moved to Edmonds, I was so excited to learn that we could see whales from shore. I didn't have much luck until a coworker told me about the Orca Network. Fast forward to 2014, and I spent that Thanksgiving morning at the crack of dawn on Marina Beach looking for orcas. I got to see the Rezzies until noon, following them up the shore with fellow Dorcas. Dinner was definitely late that Thanksgiving.
I am Erin Gless, Executive Director of the Pacific Whale Watch Association, and on behalf of our 29 member companies in both Washington and British Columbia, we would like to wish Orca Network a very happy 20th birthday. Over the last 2 decades, your open access whale sightings network has helped hundreds of thousands of people view whales responsibly, whether from shore or from our whale watching vessels, people who might not have had that special opportunity otherwise. The whales are fortunate to have such passionate advocates working on their behalf, and we look forward to seeing what Orca Network will accomplish in the next 20 years and beyond. Happy birthday.
Hello, this is Susan Marie Anderson calling, and I wanted to wish you all at Orca Network a very happy anniversary. The work you do is phenomenal. It makes such a huge difference for the whales, for the sound, for the environment, all of you who are so committed to this organization. I'm incredibly grateful.
A message from Janet St. Clair. When I was running for office, that was the summer that Tahlequah carried her dead calf in the waters of the Salish Sea for 17 days. I tried to talk about that event and explaining my commitment to salmon and orca recovery, and instead I choked up. Tears filled my eyes. I want to thank Orca Network for their commitment to helping educate and promote research to protect our whales, including L125, born in February.
Hi, this is Suzanne Chisholm.
And Michael Parfit.
We made a film called Saving Luna a few years ago.
For us, Orca Network has been a strong, reliable, persistent, and determined voice for all cetaceans for the entire time we've known about the whales of the Salish Sea.
Orca Network teaches people why cetaceans should be loved and how to love them responsibly and well. Thank you, Susan and Howie.
Thank you.
Hey there, everybody. This is Erin Cora, founder and executive director of Folks, Friends of Limekiln Society. Coming from Limekiln Point State Park here, offering a wonderful celebration, and congratulations to Orca Network. And Howie and Susan and the team have done so many amazing things these last 20 years, and just exciting to consider what might happen in the next 20. Here's to more flying monkeys and more amazing efforts. Congratulations, you guys. Love you.
And many more.
All right, thank you to everybody who sent in those birthday messages. It was really heartwarming to see all of that and to see it again today, so thank you. The next video we're going to show is one called Salmon Stories. And this is a project that we've been really fortunate to be able to work on with an organization called Salmon Nation. They're spearheading this. And what they're doing is asking people to create short videos, sharing not so much stories of salmon recovery and restoration, but really the personal stories around people in salmon. So what we did is we applied for and received a fellowship to do this program. And what that means is that we're going to create 10 salmon stories with an overall focus, of course, on the southern residents and the connection between orcas, salmon, and people. So we're putting together these 10 videos, each one featuring the personal story of a salmon and orca warrior. So this video that you're about to see is a compilation of clips from some of those videos. We still have more to do. We're kind of in the middle of the project right now, but it'll just kind of give you a flavor for what it's all about. So the beginning of the video will include some short clips from some of the additional Salmon Stories fellows in the project. And then you'll see Orca Network's Salmon Stories. So hopefully you'll see some people in there you recognize, and please kind of look at the Salmon Stories website under Salmon Nation, and these will all be available sometime this spring, so you can follow it that way. But here's just kind of a flavor of what the project is all about, and we hope you enjoy it.
When I learned that salmon basically dedicate their whole lives to the next generation, I realized that I have to think like that too. First Nations people and Indigenous people around the world have always said that we have to care for the next generations, to not think in a short-term and greedy way. And salmon are a really good teacher for that. They dedicate their lives to the next generation.
And the way that salmon is not just a fish, but a key to the health of the entire bioregion. That's a new idea for me.
It worries me a lot that salmon are under such threat and disappearing. And there's a lot of work ongoing to try and protect the salmon and their habitat and the forests. All the parts of the salmon need to be respected. Their entire life cycle, their entire body, and their entire habitat.
Salmon connect us all along the coast. Salmon are a part of who we are as people. When we work on salmon, we come together as community, as families, to preserve and to transfer knowledge and to share laughter and love and stories.
I was obsessed with whales and killer whales in particular from a young age. By about 6, I was completely hooked on whales.
I don't remember a time when I wasn't interested in whales and in killer whales. It's kind of just been a constant thing in my life.
I first met the southern resident killer whales when I was 15, and it was love at first sight. And I knew that these were the whales that I wanted to study. These were the whales I wanted to spend time with and understand better.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always been totally obsessed with whales. I first learned about whales through books and through documentary films. Only much later did I actually see a whale in the wild.
Seeing them in the wild, seeing them in their natural habitat and interacting with each other is just it's a life-changing experience, and it certainly changed mine.
The southern residents, way back in time, were able to
basically found a society, a complete culture, a tradition-bound way of life, depending virtually entirely on Chinook salmon.
So they have these friends that they make outside of their family, usually friends who are of the same sex or a similar age. And one of the main ways those social relationships, both within the family and we're finding actually across family units, is expressed is by sharing salmon. She took that fish and then shared it with those two, despite especially the youngest whale there, J58, kind of messing up the hunt as it was happening. It felt like a really special moment to be there for. You know, this whale taking the time to, you know, use her experience to help out two younger kids and make sure they get some food.
You've sort of been with them through these adventures and misadventures and good times and bad, and they're part of your family. They're part of your world.
As a group here, whenever the Southern residents are here, which is pretty special, during the pandemic, and I've only lived on San Juan Island during the pandemic, which has been interesting. But, you know, we were all so closed up and locked down, and there's no real way of making a community. But I somehow managed to do that anyways because of these gatherings that we had here.
Salmon is about connection here. Having them here means we'll have the Southern resident killer whales here. And a visit from the Southern residents is really like having friends in town. It was really a lifeline in 2020 because we could all be here safely together and just share in the joy and just temporarily forget about all those, everything else that was going on in the world.
There are no other killer whales like the Southern residents. Their energy is different, the way they behave is so different, and the way that we as humans react to them is so different. There's just this joy of all of us as we come together to see these whales when they do come into the area, and it's something that we've really lost a big piece of based on how much they're not here.
What I have learned studying killer whale feces and you know, doing the work that I do now and have done since 2009, it's really become abundantly clear that salmon is the biggest concern for this population of whales.
And of course, in the last certainly half dozen years, we've seen them what looks like, you know, desperately searching high and low in every nook and cranny for any sign of any fish.
It's so quiet out there, and you know, there's sort of, even though it's the bright summer days and it's a beautiful place to be, there's always this kind of dark cloud over the summers here now because there's no Southern residents.
And you get to know them as people, and to lose the salmon would be to lose these whales. And I mean, that's like your friend dying.
You know, we people who know these whales think of them as family. We know them as individuals. We see them with their family. And when we watch them dying because they're not getting enough food to eat, it's an absolutely heartbreaking part of my job and part of my life.
If we lose the salmon, we also lose the orcas, and they're everything to us.
And it just really wouldn't be the San Juans without the Southern residents.
I can't just be a whale advocate, I have to be a salmon advocate too, because these whales depend so much on strong, healthy, wild Chinook salmon runs.
Restoring habitat and protecting where I live so that it benefits the whales is really important to me.
It has become really personal and it's become really emotional that I need these salmon to come back so that these whales can come back. So I'm hugely invested now in salmon recovery because of my love for the Southern residents.
Knowing that you help make that place a better place for those salmon to live and to spawn and to grow the next generation, you know, it's hard to describe, to see right beneath your feet what you're trying to support and protect.
It's great to see that kind of interest and dedication and affection for the orcas be far and wide. See so many, great folks who care so much, and I think we can do something about it with all of that
passion.
Something that gives me hope is that salmon are very good at surviving and reproducing. With the killer whales, obviously they don't have the benefit that the salmon have of producing a bunch of offspring all at once. What they do have is decades and decades of knowledge. They know how to find fish, they know how to hunt fish, they know how to take care of each other. All they need, again, much like the salmon, is for us to give them a chance.
So seeing the salmon return and knowing that they're there and knowing that they're okay sort of makes me feel like we're gonna be okay.
What do you think, Eva? What do you think?
Okay, so thank you to all of the people who participated in that. And again, these will all be available sometime this spring. So keep an eye on the Salmon Nation website. And they will be there, not just ours, but all of the other fellows who are working on these videos. And I'm really excited to see all of them. So with that, I am going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. So we're very fortunate to have Monica Whelan-Shields joining us today. Monica is the director of the Orca Behavior Institute. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Monica's great work. She takes whale reports from our sighting network, which you'll hear about in the next session, the Pacific Whale Watch Association, her own data, and she uses that to track the movements of the whales throughout the Salish Sea and creates amazing educational graphs and materials to share with the public. So in addition to that, Monica is also one of our local acoustic experts, and she did her undergraduate thesis at Reed College on Southern Resident Orca acoustics. So with the increase in hydrophones in the Salish Sea and more people listening in, we thought it might be fun to have a little acoustics tutorial so you can understand what you're listening to. And also in the next session, you'll learn how that information can become important data. So I am going to turn it over to Monica for a fun acoustics tutorial. Thanks so much for joining us today, Monica.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Let me make sure I get everything shared properly here. All right, you guys seeing that okay?
Yes, looks great.
All right, great, thank you. Yeah, it was a little emotional watching those salmon stories clips right before this, because as you all know, the Southern residents are incredibly unique, and that extends to all aspects of their life. But really, my introduction to the Southern residents came through acoustics when I was a research intern out at Limekiln Lighthouse, and their acoustic communication is one of the many aspects of their behavior that is unique to this population. And as Cindy mentioned, when I first started listening to the whales back in the early 2000s, it was a relatively new thing to have hydrophones accessible for people to listen to. And the permanent hydrophone was just being installed out at Limekiln, at least in terms of being shareable and being able to make recordings out there and that kind of thing. And the hydrophone network throughout the Salish Sea has just grown over the last 20 years, giving a lot of people the opportunity to listen to what's going on underwater. And we're hearing all kinds of incredible things now, not just southern resident killer whales, but lots of other species as well. So this will kind of be a brief overview of what you might hear when you're tuning in to one of the Salish Sea hydrophones. And there are hydrophones all throughout the region. British Columbia actually has a very extensive marine monitoring network that has observation stations all throughout the Canadian waters of the Salish Sea, many of those which include hydrophones, but those are pretty much just accessible to the researchers who are part of maintaining those research stations and doing those studies. So in the Washington side of the Salish Sea, we're really lucky to have all these kind of open source hydrophones that are streaming online where anybody can tune into them. And I'm sure many of you have listened to one or more of these hydrophones before, but just in case this is new to you and you haven't tuned in yet, I'd like to point you to a couple of these resources. So orcasound.net hosts 3 streaming hydrophones, including the Orca Sound Lab, which is just a couple miles north of the Limekiln Lighthouse in Harrow Strait. There's one in Port Townsend, and then there's one off the southwest end of Whidbey Island at Bush Point. The Limekiln Lighthouse does have a streaming hydrophone still as well, hosted by the Whale Museum and SMRU, and you can tune into the audio stream for that from the SMRU website, or there's that PTZ camera at Limekiln that's live streaming that hooks into the live audio as well. So that's another great way to tune in. And then the most recent addition is a new hydrophone at Point Robinson on Maury Island, hosted by Sound Action, where they actually have a nearshore underwater camera with a hydrophone. So that's another new one to tune into to listen to what's going on underwater. And while you can listen to these streams online, it's also really fun to kind of create recordings when you especially hear something amazing. So I like to point people to an open source free software called Audacity that works across platforms, whether you're on a Mac or PC. And it's something you can download to record the audio stream right off your computer. And that allows you to not only, listen to these recordings later or share them with others, but you can view spectrograms to actually visualize the sounds that you're hearing as well as listening to them. And that's something that, as an acoustics researcher, we do a lot of, is we don't just listen to the sounds, but we look at them as well. And so a spectrogram, like you're seeing here, is a visual representation of a sound, where on the x-axis or the horizontal axis is time, usually in seconds or minutes, depending on the length of your recording. And then on the vertical axis is frequency in kilohertz. And where you're seeing sort of these darker marks is kind of the amplitude of the sound that you're hearing. And sounds don't only sound different to us, but they look different. And that's one of the main ways that we study bioacoustics, is by looking at these visual representations of sound. And that lets us take different measurements for things like duration or amplitude or frequency of the sounds that we're hearing. So I'll be showing some of these spectrograms along with the calls and vocalizations that I'm playing for you here today. So orcas create 3 different types of vocalizations. They have clicks or echolocation that they use for navigating and foraging. They have whistles, which are a social call, and they're actually considered, whistles are typically the most common social vocalization among most of the dolphin species. But for killer whales, whistles are relatively rare, and their dominant social vocalization is what we call a discrete call. And I'll go into details of discrete calls specifically, because that's most often what we're hearing when we listen to orcas on the hydrophone. But I'll play a few examples for you here of what these sounds sound like. So first up here is echolocation clicks. May have to turn your audio up there a little bit. That one came through a little bit faint, but it basically just sounds like a clicking or knocking sound as the whales produce these clicks to monitor their environment. A whistle sounds a lot like a human whistle. And then these discrete calls are these short kind of 1 to 2 second tonal vocalizations that all have unique spectrograms, so they can be identified visually as well as acoustically. And a discrete call sounds like this. Then I just wanted to throw one other quick sound in here, because one question I get asked a lot is, what does it sound like when a whale breaches or tail slaps or makes a surface percussive? And that is something, especially with the southern residents who are so surface active, that we hear a lot of over the hydrophone. So this is a quick little clip of a breach for what it sounds like underwater. Turn that up a little bit and play that again. So it's just like a short splashing sound. So I'm going to focus in more specifically on discrete calls because that's what we hear most of when orcas are vocalizing. And just like the whales themselves, discrete calls are given alphanumeric designations. So S is for southern residents, and then they're numbered S1, S2, S3, and so on. Most of the calls we hear are stereotyped, meaning that that tonal structure is the same and has been the same for the 50 plus years that we have hydrophone recordings of these whales. And then occasionally we hear kind of variable versions of those calls or unknown, little different vocalizations that they make that sound completely different as well. But the vast majority of what we hear from them are these stereotyped calls. The three populations of orcas that we kind of have overlapping in this area, share a geographic range, but despite that, they don't interact or socialize with one another, and their vocalizations are completely different as well. So the northern residents have their own set of approximately 40 discrete calls. The southern residents have about 30 different types of discrete calls, and then the transients have about 8 different discrete calls. And those calls are shared among the whales within those populations, but there's not really overlap between the populations. So they sound completely different from one another. One interesting thing about discrete calls is we often hear them in repetitive sequences. So it's not like you'll hear a complex chain of like, oh, an S3 followed by an S1, followed by an S10, followed by an S4. A lot of times we'll hear S1, S1, S1 kind of over and over again. So about 85% of their vocalizations actually are heard in these repetitive sequences. Southern residents especially are known for being extremely vocal. We hear them vocalizing, maybe 3/4 of the time when we drop a hydrophone, they're chatting away. Whereas, the big killer whales or transients are known for being a lot quieter. And that has to do with the prey that they're hunting, where the bigs are kind of in stealth mode a lot of the time, searching for their marine mammal prey. And if they were vocalizing, they would alert the prey to their presence. So they tend to be very quiet. The southern residents can get away with being extremely chatty, and that doesn't seem to affect their ability to hunt salmon. So it's one of the characteristics that's really unique to resident killer whales is how vocal they are. And then one aspect, I kind of alluded to at the beginning, is that these discrete calls are an important cultural component of orca communities. And that's because they occur in these dialects. And a dialect is a shared form of a language that is shared among either a social group or a geographic region. And orcas have both geographic and social dialects. So every place you find orcas in the world, they sound a little bit different. And even here, where we have these overlapping ranges, the social group that a particular whale belongs to kind of dictates what vocalizations they make. And because of that fact about orca vocalizations, that allows us to identify what we're listening to, who we're listening to based on the calls alone, even if we don't see the whales. So looking at the southern residents specifically, listed along the bottom here are the southern resident discrete call types. And this is a graph that I made for my undergraduate thesis looking at repertoire usage of J-pod, K-pod, and L-pod. So we've got J-pod in blue, K-pod in red, and L-pod in yellow. And the height of the bar indicates what % of the total calls made by that pod over the recordings that I listened to from 2005 and 2006 were made up of a particular call type. And you can see that each pod has 1 or 2 vocalizations that really dominate a lot of what you're hearing when they're vocalizing. So you can see S1 makes up about 25% of the calls that we hear from J-pod. So when you're hearing a lot of S1s, that's a really good clue that J-pod is present. And so even calls that are shared among the 3 pods often occur in sort of different frequencies. And so I mentioned that there's about 30 call types, shared among the southern residents, and then each of the 3 pods uses a subset of those call types. So some are shared across the pods and others are unique to 1 or 2 of the pods. So I'm going to kind of walk through J's, K's, and L's specifically and play some of their unique vocalizations for you. And one thing you might notice on this graph is L-pod sort of has 2 big spikes where the S2 type 3 call there on the left and then the S19 call are both very dominant vocalizations for them. And this occurs because of the L12 subgroup of L-pod, which are these whales represented here. And the L12s are actually acoustically distinct from the rest of the southern residents and from the rest of L-pod. I remember seeing a note somewhere, I can't even remember where I saw it, I should dig this up, but Michael Bigg, after studying the whales and having designated the pods, actually said at one point that the L12s should have been designated M-pod because they've really been a separate unit and they're acoustically distinct from the rest of the whales. So we see this kind of acoustic similarity and acoustic divergence over time. So John Ford is a Canadian scientist who did a lot of the initial work kind of identifying discrete calls and studying call usage and dialects between the different groups of killer whales in the Northeast Pacific. And he came up with this acoustic similarity index that would show, you know, which pods share more vocalizations with each other and which are more acoustically different from each other. And so we could really add, you know, another little spike off of his original acoustic similarity index for J-clan, which is all of the southern residents that share, you know, all their acoustic calls within this clan, that the L12s have kind of split off from the rest of L-pod. So the common L12 vocalization is the S2 type 3, which sounds like this. Play it one more time. Whereas the rest of L-pod, their vocalizations are dominated by the S19, which is one of their most common call types. I'll play that one more time as well. K-pod is really distinct for sounding like kittens. They have two very similar vocalizations, the S16 and the S17. And the S16 is a really interesting call because it is shared among the three pods, but it's a really great example of kind of an accent where the pods will share a vocalization, but they still sound a little bit different because they put sort of a different twang on it. So K-pods X16s tend to be sort of higher pitched and more of that kitten-like sound than if J-pod makes an S16, for example. So here's the K-pod S16. The S16 has a very subtle sort of descent at the end of the vocalization. The S17 is very similar, but kind of goes up very slightly at the end. J-pod has one of the most kind of variable repertoires among resident killer whales. But their most characteristic calls are these sort of what I call three-part descending calls or kind of cascading calls. The S1, as you saw in that graph, makes up about 25% of their vocalizations, and it sounds like this. The S7 is a very similar vocalization, but there's almost like a little pause between the second and third notes as that call descends. So this is the S7. You can just hear the notes are a little bit spaced apart instead of running together like in the S1. The third in this series of calls is the S12, which kind of has an upsweep at the end. And then the last common J-pod call is very different from these other three. It's the S4, and it's one of my favorites just because it's so different really from all the other discrete calls. And it's often described as sounded like either a goat or a sheep or something like that. So this is the S4. Often when you have just a single pod present, you'll hear you know, 2, 3, 4 different call types, and you'll hear them kind of repeated throughout the, the time as the whales pass the hydrophone. Superpods I like to call greater than a sum of their parts, because you don't just hear these common calls that each pod makes when they come together. You hear basically the entire repertoire of the southern resident community. And it sounds exactly like you would expect, like a big social party. And it's just too fun to listen to not play a clip. So you may recognize some of these calls that I had just played, but you'll hear a wide array of other vocalizations as well. Let's see here. And listening to something like that always begs the question, right? What are they saying? What are they talking about? And I don't have a very satisfying answer for you, because we don't know. Despite 40 years of studying Orca acoustics, we've really made very little progress in kind of cracking the code, so to speak, of linking. There hasn't been any success linking a particular call to a particular behavior. They tend to use their vocalizations across different behavioral contexts. And so I always remind people these are kind of very human designations that we've put on these stereotyped call types. This is what sounds different to us. But when you're listening to these recordings, you'll find that S1, for instance, is extremely variable. And we still call them all S1s. But to the whales, I'm sure all those nuanced differences, carry really important meaning. And we just don't have the same brains they do to process sounds that way. So we really haven't made great progress in figuring out what they're communicating about. But there's undoubtedly, when you listen to a recording like that, there's a lot going on and a lot of information being shared. When I first started spending time out here and listening to whales on the hydrophone, it was almost exclusively southern residents. I spent 4 summers out here, in the early 2000s before I ever even saw a Biggs killer whale. And now, if you've been tracking sightings, 2021 was a record year in very different ways for these two populations of orcas. We had over 1,000 unique sightings of Biggs killer whales in the Salish Sea in 2021, which kind of smashed the previous record of 750 or so sightings. And, at the Orca Behavior Institute, we are having encounters now with Biggs killer whales that outnumber those with southern residents about 4 to 1. For southern residents, 2021 was a record year in terms of how few days they were present, that just over 100 days for the year were they here in the Salish Sea. So as we've seen this switch, it's not surprising that we're now hearing Biggs killer whales on the hydrophones more frequently. And there's been this effort to sort of rename them and refer to them as Biggs killer whales, because transience isn't really an accurate description for them anymore. They don't just sort of pass through occasionally. A lot of them are spending quite a bit of time here, and we have a lot of regular family groups that we see all throughout the Salish Sea all throughout the year. And even though they are less vocal than the southern residents, they do vocalize, especially either during a hunt or right after they've made a kill and they're prey sharing. That's when they tend to be most surface active as well. So in those kind of heightened social situations, they tend to be more vocal. And then we've also been seeing some larger aggregations where multiple family groups of Biggs killer whales come together. And when they're in those highly social groups, they may not be as focused on hunting, and they may be more vocal as they're socializing with each other as well. And even after just hearing these few discrete calls from the southern residents, you'll hear immediately how different the Biggs killer whales sound. And You only have to hear a few calls with the trained ear when you're tuned into the hydrophone to figure out which ecotype you're listening to. The Biggs calls are almost all characterized by this really kind of vibrato quality. It gives them kind of an eerie sound that, sort of fits their persona as being these, the true killer whales, right? The top hunters, and they're sort of in stealth mode, looking for their marine mammal prey. And so this is what they sound like. So it kind of started for me with southern residents, and then as the Biggs killer whales started becoming more common, I started hearing them as well. And then starting in the fall of 2013, all of a sudden we started hearing humpback whales on the hydrophones in the Salish Sea. So these whales were kind of hunted, to local extirpation about 100 years ago. We didn't really see them here 20 years ago. But they've come back in just increasing numbers. You've probably heard about the humpback comeback, where we now have hundreds of individuals that are known to utilize the Salish Sea. And starting in the fall of 2013, we started hearing vocalizations on the Limekiln and Orca Sound hydrophones in Harrow Strait. And while singing from humpback whales is really associated with their breeding grounds, there's increasing documentation of sort of song fragments and phrases being heard from them all throughout their range. And here we tend to hear them most often from October to December. And earlier in the fall, it kind of starts with these fragments and just little, song-like pieces of vocalizations. And as it gets closer to the time when they're leaving on their migration to their breeding grounds, we start hearing kind of short versions of their songs that don't quite match the extended singing sessions that they have in their breeding grounds, but often will contain kind of all those components. And song phrases that have been recorded in Harrow Strait have been matched to both the Hawaii and Mexico breeding populations, which makes sense because the whales from here are kind of a melting pot where we know that they migrate both those directions. And so it's really interesting, to think about the type of cultural transmission that might happen here where the whales are intermixing and beginning to sing before the breeding season, even though they have different songs depending on where they're going to migrate to. So here's a short clip of what a humpback vocalizing sounds like in case you happen to hear that on the hydrophones. And they can really make such a wide array of vocalizations. Sometimes we even hear things that sound almost like clicks or grunts. Occasionally they make short tonal calls that almost sound like an orca discrete call. But if you're listening for an extended period of time, you'll hear these kind of elephant-like vocalizations and these groans and moans, and kind of taking that all together really makes it distinct that you're listening to a humpback whale as opposed to another species. And so while these three species are what we hear most often, and I guess I should mention that the porpoises, of course, that we have in the area also vocalize, but they tend to be at very high frequencies, often out of the range of human hearing. So we don't really pick those up when we're tuning into the hydrophones. Further north in the Strait of Georgia, where they have more Pacific white-sided dolphins, you can hear those on the hydrophone, and it sounds kind of like high-pitched whistling, very similar to the orca whistles. But we don't really hear other dolphin or porpoise species on our hydrophones here in more of the southern portions of the Salish Sea. But as you're tuning in, you just never know what you're going to hear. Of course, there's a wide variety of human-made sounds. Obviously, boat engines from small craft all the way up to large freighters, or sometimes military testing or sonar you can hear on the hydrophone. You can hear a lot of water action and wave noise. Sometimes you can even hear rain on the hydrophones. But here are a couple other things that we've heard in recent years that we've sometimes been asked about. So in the summer after dark on the Harrow Strait hydrophones, we often hear what's come to be known as the heavy breather, and this is what it sounds like. And believe it or not, that is actually a harbor seal. And while they are pretty much usually silent underwater, during the breeding season, the males get territorial and make this sort of hissing, deep breathing sound that's audible on the hydrophones. And there seems to be, one or several seals over the years, especially on the Orca Sound Lab hydrophone in Harrow Strait, in kind of the mid to late summer, tends to make that heavy breathing vocalization after dark. And that's one that comes up every year. People wonder what they're hearing. And it's pretty unbelievable that it's actually a harbor seal. Back in 2018, you may recall we had that rare visit from a sperm whale that made its way down the east side of Vancouver Island and came through the Salish Sea, a whale that was named Acoustics. And what was heard from that whale was a pretty steady echolocation, but just at an incredible magnitude, much stronger than that we hear from the much smaller orcas. And so this is what that whale sounded like. You can almost feel the intensity of those clicks. And in the middle there, they kind of became even stronger as the whale potentially was orienting, more towards the hydrophone, and the clicks were picked up even more so at that point. Finally, this last clip was taken off a blog on the Orca Sound website, where sometimes you will actually hear hunting sounds of Big's killer whales. And sometimes this is like cavitation noise as they're, lunging and making such powerful, swats with their flukes underwater that we actually get some cavitation noise similar to what we hear from boat engines sometimes. Or it may actually be a physical contact as they're actually pummeling their prey. I heard another recording just this last year too, where you could actually kind of hear them handling their prey and sort of tearing it apart and probably breaking bones after the animal was killed. So it could be a little bit gruesome, but this was during a bout also from 2018 where the hunt was probably actively ongoing, and you just hear some of these really high intensity sounds that come from either that cavitation or physical contact as they're sort of pummeling their prey. So those big thunking noises, they sound pretty destructive, and they probably were. I think this occurred after dark, so there was no visual observation of what was going on. But there's been, several other recordings like that made over the years that are associated with Big's killer whale hunts. So this was just kind of a brief overview of some of the more common things that you might hear when you're tuning into the hydrophones in the Salish Sea. I know from experience that as you're trying to learn these different types of vocalizations, especially if you want to learn how to tell J, K, and L pods apart specifically, that it takes a lot of repetition, and you have to listen to these calls a lot to sort of cement them into your head. So those of you who had heard my southern resident killer whale acoustics talk in the past may have gotten my sort of acoustic tutorial file to help learn those calls. And those call samples are now all on the Orca Behavior Institute website. So if you go to orcabehaviorinstitute.org and under the additional content menu, there's a new page for Orca Acoustics, and that has samples from J's, K's, and L's and many of the other species and call samples that I played here today. So if you're interested in sort of hearing some of these calls again or practicing and learning more about J's, K's, and L's specifically, this is a new resource that we're really excited to share with you. So you can continue learning on your own and figuring out what you're listening to. And you know, on the Orca Sound website, there's a great way to report when you're hearing something interesting. We have all these regional whale sightings pages right now, including, of course, Orca Network is a fantastic place for sharing all of your sightings throughout the Salish Sea. And you can always, you know, report there when you're hearing something. And it's a cool online community that's formed where we all can kind of tune in together and listen when we're lucky enough to hear whales on these streaming hydrophones. And so with that, I think we have a little bit of time here for questions if people have them.
Monica, thank you so much. That's just fascinating. And we do have some questions that came in from Q&A. The first one is, do we know why those discrete calls are so repetitive?
We really don't. It's a good question. One theory is that those most common vocalizations that we hear from each pod function sort of like contact calls, where when J-pod, for instance, is spread out and traveling through Harrow Strait, they're out of visual range from one another. But by repeating sort of their contact call, they can all keep in touch with one another. And the fact that they use the S1 probably identifies them as a member of J-pod. And to the whales themselves, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they can tell from the vocalization which whale even is making the call. And so it's probably sort of coordinating the entire group as to what they're doing when they make those repeated calls.
Okay, thank you. Are the clicks versus the whistles and discrete calls produced in different parts of the whale's anatomy?
Good question. So the production of these sounds is really not super well understood, but we do know that the way that they produce sounds is very different from terrestrial mammals. So we talk about, vocalizations, and we're talking about air passing over our larynx, and that's how we produce sounds. But orcas and other dolphins, they have this fatty tissue in their head called a melon, and then they have kind of these air sacs that they can manipulate. And I sort of give the example of if you have an inflated balloon that's not tied off, and you can sort of manipulate the mouth of that balloon and create different squeaks. That's sort of what they're doing, but at a much more meticulous level, because they have much finer control. And so they manipulate the air moving between these air sacs and then project that sound outward through their melon. And that's how they're producing noises. And then while they do have they still have an external ear canal, they actually receive most of the sound back through their lower jaw, and it kind of connects directly into their inner ear that way. So the whole way that they're producing sound and receiving sound is completely different than what we're familiar with here on land.
Thank you. The next question, is there a good source to explore the visuals of the vocalization spectrograms online?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, getting that software Audacity and opening up, either files you've recorded or other files that have been shared online lets you kind of visualize something as you're listening to it. And so that's really the top resource I point you to. But on the Orca Sound website, there's a discrete call tutorial that includes not only call samples, but spectrograms. And then also linked on that acoustic page that's new on the Orca Behavior Institute website, we link to John Ford's original call catalog, which is available for download and includes all of his original spectrograms for all 3 of the orca populations in this region. So that's another fantastic reference.
Great. How about when do we tend to hear the humpy calls in this area, summer or winter?
Yeah, it's in the late fall and winter mostly. So we seem to start hearing them in September, October, and it kind of increases into December, sometimes into early January. But by this point, most of the whales have departed this area to go to their breeding grounds. And so it seems to be something that they do as they're kind of ramping up to head to their breeding grounds. So really September to January, with kind of the peak being in October to December.
Okay, the next question, has the male orca from L pod that seems to have joined J pod, so I'm guessing they're talking about L87 onyx, has his calls remained the same as L pod, or has he started to use J pod calls?
That's a fantastic question, and one that we're super interested in as well, because he was born into the L12 subgroup. He then traveled with K pod for several years. He traveled with J pod for many years. And now he's traveling with the other part of L pod, not his natal family group. So he's really done the whole Southern resident tour in terms of who he's traveling with. And because these whales are often in groups, it's hard to get a specific, a recording of a specific whale. We have been lucky enough to get a couple recordings of him by himself. And he's still making the L12 vocalizations from the family group that he was born into. And so it really seems like the dialect that you learn in your first few years of life as a young orca is what you will carry with you no matter where you go, who you socialize with. And it's really that kind of that badge of social identity that I mentioned, where he was born into the L12 part of the population, and that's what he still sounds like, despite traveling long-term with other members of the population.
Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, thank you. Do you ever hear elephant seals on the hydrophone?
Ooh, I don't think I have. They're not super common up here in the San Juan Islands. So I have not.
Okay. Has anyone figured out the jingle bell sound from Orca Sound last fall?
Not that I know of. I think Scott Veers is on today, right? So he may have an answer for that. Maybe he can put something in the chat if he ever figured out what that was. But some of the hydrophones either can become close to the surface or maybe above the surface. I'm not really sure how they're set up, but we do sometimes pick up sounds from above the surface. I think pigeon guillemots, perhaps river otters have been heard on them at times. So that may be a better question for Scott in terms of what else gets picked up, but the jingle bells remain a mystery as far as I know.
Okay. Let's see. Monica, do we know any gray or minky calls?
Yeah, both species do vocalize. I don't know of any instances of where we've heard them on the hydrophones in the Salish Sea. I don't really know enough about when or how those species vocalize. But the hydrophones, at least in Harrow Strait, don't really overlap with where the minke whales tend to hang out. So that's a good question. They do vocalize. I don't know of any times we've heard them on the Salish Sea hydrophones, but it certainly seems possible.
Okay. This is sort of two questions in one from the same person. Are whistles transmitted differently than clicks, and can an orca whistle and click at the same time?
Yeah, the whistles tend to be shorter range, like when they're communicating over closer distances, because they don't carry as far as the discrete calls. So it's really the discrete calls and the whistles that are kind of related to social communication, and then the clicks are about navigating and foraging. The whales do have the ability to produce multiple sounds at once. Some of their discrete calls have two components, where you'll have kind of the harmonic component and then a high frequency component that's kind of produced simultaneously but separately. So there's their acoustic ability in terms of the sounds they can emit and the sounds that they can receive and understand is still something we don't understand very well, but they can definitely produce multiple sounds at once. And then I think the whistles tend to be like shorter range. They just don't transmit as far, and when the whales are all closer together.
Okay. Do we have enough long-term data to know if their vocalizations have changed over time?
Yeah, this is another one with the Southern residents that I'm super interested in as well. And that was actually one of the things that my undergraduate thesis was looking at, was comparing call usage of the 3 pods compared to John Ford's original analysis, which had been done like 25 years earlier. And there was some shifts in terms of which discrete calls I detected compared to what he had detected from each of the 3 pods, where it looked like possibly some call types had been lost from the repertoire, and others were kind of shared among pods that maybe didn't use them before. And some of this could have to do with sample size and just frequency of call usage, where, you know, a call may not have fallen out of use entirely, but might have just become much less commonly used. And some of the, you know, changing social association patterns and things like that, where we've seen pods splitting or mixing and matching more, may over time lead to some sharing of call types among pods that maybe didn't share them before. So these changes do seem to happen, but kind of on the decades long scale. So from year to year, we don't see a whole lot of changes in what each pod sounds like.
Okay, we are technically out of time, but there's one more question there I think is really important for us to answer. How does the community participation in listening to the hydrophones and reporting calls impact the work that you do?
Oh, this is a great segue into the next conversation about community science as well, because reports from community members is so important for what we do, because we're just here on San Juan Island, right? And so we see whales around this area, but to really track orcas throughout the entire Salish Sea takes a huge community and a huge network of people, which is, Orca Network is such a great example of that, of especially in the Puget Sound region, bringing all these people together so that we can all enjoy the whales, whether it's acoustically on the hydrophones or going out, on the shorelines and seeing the whales directly. And so all the reports that people send in of visual sightings and when they're hearing something on the hydrophone really makes it possible for us to track the whales throughout the entire region. And I think it's so important, to share and to be open with these sightings, because it allows so many other people to experience the whales. The hydrophones have just been an incredible addition to the whale community, letting people even not just here, but throughout the world tune in and listen to these whales. And then it also makes important contributions to the research that we and others do by allowing us to track the whales either when they're not visible, such as after dark, or when they haven't been seen. So it's just been another, incredible resource that makes the research that we do possible.
Great. Thank you so much again. That was an amazing presentation. I know I learned a lot. And I think at this point, we're going to head into a little stretch break. Cindy, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. And thank you so much, Monica. I know there were some other questions in the Q&A that didn't get answered yet, just because we ran out of time. So if you're still around for a few minutes and want to go in and write those answers, please feel free. But we just want to give everybody 4 or 5 minutes just to kind of stretch a little bit, get up and, refill your water or your coffee or your tea. And we will bring on our panelists during that time, and we will just reconvene in about 3 or 4 minutes. So everybody feel free to get up and stretch and move around a little bit, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks again, Monica, so much.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started as people are coming back from the break. I'm Susan Berta with Orca Network, and just happy to see so many people here enjoying and learning with us today. And I just want to do a quick introduction to our next presentations, which is a panel and several short presentations involving citizen or community science. I first had my experience with citizen science back in the early 90s when I was with what was then the WSU Beach Watchers, who are now Soundwater Stewards. And we started a beach monitoring program. And we were so excited and had a great monitoring protocol, and we're collecting information on many beaches around Island County. We were really excited to share this information with agencies. And back then, the agencies weren't so hot on getting our data. They just thought, well, this isn't scientific. And but our protocols were scientific and we went ahead and did it. And now the Sound Water Stewards are continuing to do that. And we have, well, 3 decades of data on island county beaches that would not be there otherwise in the event of an oil spill, or just to have a baseline data and changing data over the decades. And since then, things have changed, and the agencies don't have the funding and realize they can't collect the amount of data across such a wide geographic area as citizen community scientists can do. So when we started Orca Network, and actually Howie will talk more about how the sighting network started, but it, one of the goals is to share sightings and enable people to get to the shore to see whales. But what I think a lot of people may not realize is how important each of those sightings is, and how much the data is used by most of the researchers you have seen today or will see today, as well as NOAA Fisheries and other agencies. So it serves many important purposes. And so it was fun to see that so many of you have sent in whale reports, and maybe some of you are just learning about the sighting network or just haven't been lucky enough to see a whale yet. And hope you will enjoy these next presentations to learn more about our sighting network and the important use of the data that is collected, and just the sheer amount of data. We also work with Orca Sound, and Scott Piers will share some information about that, so we can have whale hearings as well as sightings, as Monica talked about. And I want to close by just thanking our Lisa, as well as Gail Swigert, our whale report publisher, for those of you who get our weekly whale reports. If you don't, you can sign up on our website. It's an incredible amount of work and relentless daily tasks that they do to keep up with the ever-growing number of whale reports we get in the Salish Sea, and they do an amazing job. And I also want to thank Debbie Stewart, our board member, who does our Orca monthly spreadsheets, as well as some of the information that Elisa will be presenting shortly. I'll let Howard, he's going to present about the history and purpose of our sighting network, followed by Elisa Lemire Brooks, who will talk about all the amazing work she does. Thanks for joining us.
It's all under one roof here. So I'll slide over, and as Susan said, I'll be talking about the history and purpose and philosophy of the sighting network. So I'll just go right on to share screen here and start with where it all began, which was here at the Admiralty Head Lighthouse. This was in the mid-90s or so, and Susan was a program creator and director for a very innovative program called Beach Watchers. So while she was sort of creating that institution, she worked in that lighthouse, not in the actual lighthouse, but in the building next to it. So she had a pretty good view. And that is right at the north top end of Admiralty Inlet. So on a very clear day, you could see between the trees there, San Juan Island, and over to the Olympic Peninsula, and all the water in between where whales show up. So that's where it began. And it was because she enjoyed seeing whales. What a thrill it was to see them when they did come by. So she called a few friends. So she had a phone tree with half a dozen of her friends, and she would call them and say, hey, there's whales here. Come on out and take a look. And so that would give them a chance to get out to the shore and see them and be swept up in the whale magic that happens when you see whales. It's a fantastic experience, and that still to this day is what we try to share and try to invite and encourage people to have that experience of seeing the whales. whoops, let's see, that was the end of it. How did that not go where it was supposed to go? Okay, just a minute, stop share and share again, and time, okay, slideshow. Well, anyway, this one is the one that didn't show up as that one. I'm just going to go back to it. I don't know why it didn't show in order, but anyway, there it is. This is an amazing photo. I could feast my eyes on this photo all day long. This was from the space station from about 250 miles up on an incredibly clear day after a dusting of snow that neatly highlights the elevations. And so you can see where we are. This is the Great Salish Sea that Dana sang about. And this is the place. This is our, you could say, our study area, our area of interest. It's where it all happens. And it's the place that I think we all share a real devotion to and want to help restore and preserve. And it is one of the most productive, biologically productive areas in the North Pacific, right here. So it's kind of a magical place, and we want to keep it that way. And there is Admiralty Inlet, and you can see right at the head there is where that lighthouse is that we just saw. So these are the programs that sprang forth from that little phone tree in the mid-90s as Orca Network, the Sighting Network, the Stranding Network, the Whale Center, and the Toki campaign, which I talked about earlier, and our overall education and advocacy involvement, presentations, public education in so many different ways. And that is all sort of wrapped in with everything that we do. And so it requires a big team, and we've got a great team to work on every part of this. So this is going to be about the Sighting Network. And these are some of the early outreach to let people know what to do when they see whales, how to report them, and engage in the community science that we're talking about here. And there are other ways too. The Facebook page is one of the most popular, but also emails or call. We have several numbers, and we try to encourage people to give the relevant information, the time and the date, the type of whale, number of animals, and the direction of travel, as much information as possible, and photos and videos. Most people just love to share their photos and videos, but those are also very diagnostic and important scientifically sometimes for IDs. Or you can go down to either Coopville or Langley and ring the bell. Not a lot of people do that, but these are some great whale bells that have been set up for people to ring when they see whales. And the overall goals are many, to educate and to gather whale sightings for science, and to share sightings, share the magic. I mean, share the enthusiasm, the excitement of seeing whales, and that can't be minimized, because that's what sort of bonds a community, what the threads of the network of the community of people that are involved in whales information, whale sightings, whale observations and knowledge. That's all in this sort of network of sharing. And on the left there is the most recent map showing 1 month, December, of sightings. It's kind of crude, and it's not meant to be, scientifically rigorous exactly. every time you see it, you can see that there have been residents, transients, gray whales, humpbacks, and sometimes minkies, occasionally dolphins, all over Puget Sound and the Salish Sea. And there are benefits, safety benefits for the whales, because we educate boaters every chance and every way we can to practice be whale wise rules and overall just, show some respect. We're in their home and there are rules, the basic be whale wise and the regulations to not bother the whales out there. And we educate shore-based watchers on be whale wise so they know and can spot any kind of violations or encroachments on whales to report them and to document them well. And marine mammal observations, when there's pile driving or construction going on, we are involved in that, and we call and are called when that's going on. And every report on Facebook includes Elisa's great graphics here that give those details in a very readable, brief but informative way. How far away you're supposed to stay from southern residents, from big transients, and from baleen whales, so that boaters, if they go to our Facebook page, they have no excuse for not knowing the rules, and especially slow to under 7 knots if you're within a half mile. And issues that we can also present with the whale reports. These are some of the recent ones: Orca Salmon Month, the remember of 17 days of J35 Tahlequah, her deceased daughter, on the tour of grief, and all of the reminders of how to care for the whales and their habitat that sprang from that. And this is what a whale report sort of looks like. Most of you have seen these. They're just fantastic. I love going through each one with so many beautiful photos and stories, different points of view, and just people experiencing whales. It's great to see that. And this is something that we created that shows about 130 some spots up and down Puget Sound and Whidbey Island and up to Fidalgo Island, where people can go to see whales, public viewing places. So you're not on private property, and where to park, how far a walk it is, what kind of site it is, with photos. It's a Google interactive map, so you can get a close-up and a lot of details for each one of those locations. And of course, you'll hear a whole lot more about the Orca Sound and the Whale Museum hydrophones, and we'll hear a whole lot more about. So these are just some of the numbers, the incredible outreach. And imagine, this did spring from a half a dozen people on a phone tree, and here we have, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are subscribers, followers, observers, listeners, enthusiasts who want to get out and see whales, because it's good for people. It's hard to quantify or really describe in detail, but it builds a community that shares a common, interest and fascination with the whales, and that is just priceless. So that's it. Thank you very much. And I will now introduce Elisa Lemire Brooks, who will bring you current, up to date on what's going on with the sightings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howie. Let's see here. No. That's not what I want. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It's good to be with you all, and for the love of the whales and everything everyone here does for them. Found this little quote on the scistarter.org website, and I think it sums up a lot of what we do on the day-to-day with your sightings and collaboration amongst the many groups and sightings networks and acoustic networks. Just read it out loud for some of those. It might be too small to read. Science need more eyes, ears, and perspectives than any scientist possesses. Enter citizen science, a collaboration between scientists and those of us who are just curious or concerned and motivated to make a difference. I think it speaks well. Howie went over a lot of the things here. I just wanted to add some things. So Orca Network's Whale Sighting Network is built on decades of work, many of those years by Susan and Howie by themselves, but a lot of work expended to develop the network and has grown along with differently efficient communication tools. So Scott the other day in a meeting, if I might quote you, Scott, said it was one of the best uses of Facebook he's seen, and I have to agree. It's a pretty fun community tool and also very useful for collecting sightings and vetting those sightings and getting IDs, things like that. Orca Network believes in and strives to foster a positive cooperative community and encourage community involvement by people of all experience levels and abilities. And it was really something that attracted me to Orca Network. Speaking of stories, so one of the first times I called in a report and talked to Howie early one morning and then got involved as a volunteer, there just always has been this great community vibe, and people from all different experience levels were welcome to contribute and to network with each other. And if you've ever been on our Facebook page, you see that the community does interact with each other, answers questions, and and we moderate our pages to make sure that accurate information is being given out. But it's really a lovely community. And we are also, aside from fostering that community and helping people see the whales, we are, as Howie said, a decades-old established and trusted place to funnel sightings. And these sightings are always open to the public. So it's a win-win for everyone. In 2021, through this collaborative network of all of us that love whales and advocate for them, our whale sighting network team received, collected, and vetted 9,100 plus sightings reports. And I just want to clarify that those are reports. So some of them are, the people on shore next to each other looking at the same whales. It's not counting occurrences, which Monica at Orca Behavior Institute has done, and other researchers as well. Our whale sighting network, as Howie went over, some of the other things we do, collaborates with and sends out alerts to researchers, volunteers, general public, the ferries, enforcement, and others when whales are near. I sometimes feel like I'm a dispatch. It's kind of a lot of behind the scenes things going on as far as once whales are seen, who to contact, who needs what information based on what species. So there's a lot of the behind the scenes that does go on with our whale sighting network team. And we also do include, the work includes working with local and regional stranding networks to track sick, injured, or entangled whales and assist during oil spills, and then also tracking rare species, such as our lovely beluga friend from way up north who showed up in Tacoma in early October. That was fun and different. Not for the beluga, of course. And Howie did point out, so I won't stick too long on this slide, but we do also, we encourage shore-based viewing and support responsible whale watching from various platforms. And we have our Share the Water project, and then we also share Be Whale Wise outreach. And as Howie said, with each social media post, we always share the Be Whale Wise laws and guidelines and provide other information in the comments so that that's always available to people of where to report and learn about the regulations and the whale warning flag, things like that. And then sometimes we'll throw up other slides. Lately, we've had a lot of minkies and humpbacks and some early arriving gray whales here. So sometimes we get reports that maybe one or the other species. So we'll throw up some slides to help people see some of the differences in their dorsal ridge and dorsal fin areas for helping you all out there. And so here's just a brief little slide that shows what and where all your reports go to, the different species as far as sightings reports received. Later, I'll in a couple slides show the Orca report that Debbie, one of our board members, put together. But so this community science, and so hundreds of volunteers and thousands of contributors, sightings contributors. So those 9,100, 1,486 were for southern residents, and almost 5,800 for bigs. You'll see humpback there and gray whales. And then we helped with collect the sightings for the beluga. And then so kind of just keep track down here. This is something I keep track of here on the monthly totals and different species. So. So just a quick introduction. You're looking at me, but Gail couldn't be here today. So that's Gail Swigart. She's our whale report publisher, does an amazing job. She does a lot of the ID work and vetting and collating the reports. Really was, I've done it, Susan's done it, Howie's done it, and we all are sad to hand it off to the next person and also very relieved. It is a lot of work. And so on the day-to-day, she's doing that with all of your reports. And then there's she and I in pre-COVID days and one of everybody's favorite places up at Cattle Point. And then, so that was Orca Network, Whale Sighting Network staff team, but going back to what I said about when I first met Susan and Howie, it just really does feel like everybody is part of the team, and that's why they chose the word network. It's just a network of people who are passionate and invested in the recovery of the southern residents and the care of all these species that we share these habitats with. And so I just put together a few collage slides here so you can see a variety of people and what they get to see on shore. And a lot of people that live in other places don't get to experience this. And so it's the other beauty is with the reports and other people openly sharing is everyone gets an opportunity to see a lot of these amazing animals that some of us are privileged enough to see from shore and living in places where whales do exist. And so there's Orca Behavior Institute researchers, Monica and Jason, come down to inland Puget Sound every once in a while. And so it's fun to run into them and other volunteers and community people on shore. And it builds lifelong friendships. Another one here from Tacoma area, there's the beluga. And then other people documenting, and we have volunteers who go on shore and educate people, do on-shore education when possible. And then there's little J58, one of our newest members we're all out here trying to protect, and some other things. And so Sometimes we help Cascadia Research when they're out doing survey work and let them know where the whales are if they haven't been able to find them themselves. And there's the SR3 SEA photogrammetry team there in the middle. They now come down and do work on the gray whales, which has been really fascinating and great add to research. Sorry, I'm fussing with my cursor. And so here's one of the ways that the sightings that we take in is used by researchers. And this is an example of a monthly map that Orca Behavior Institute puts out and makes public to all of us. The different occurrences of orcas there. And then also there's the 2021 year end graph that shows the present SRKW or Southern Resident Presence inland Salish Sea. So it's really excellent to be able to be a part of building community and also contributing data to science. Here we go, there's the Beluga. So we got this report. So here's something tracking rare species. So on October 3rd, this video and a report came in to Susan and Howie later in the evening, and
I know.
Is it a minky? Gosh, what is that?
Yeah, of course.
Hopefully it doesn't come through to a rudder.
No.
Is it a, it can't be a beluga.
so if there hadn't been that video, so the importance of video and photo documentation, if there hadn't been that video, I think we all might have questioned that. Even though it's happened, and it happened in California, you know, there was a beluga in California, I think just the year before. Anyhow, so
I know.
In that crossover work of tracking rare species and the West Coast stranding network, NOAA asked if we could help them take in reports. So we did do that, and it was an interesting time, and it was fun to talk to people that were so excited about the beluga, and also pray that that cute little whale found its way back home. But so we took in 50 sightings ourselves, and there was others that came into NOAA directly in other places. And so Scott Veers of Beam Reach Orca Sound put together these maps that tracked the whales, both confirmed and unconfirmed sightings. So it put together this great track of the beluga's movements. It seemed to really favor ports, and it liked being near big tankers. So that was interesting. So a lot of this was going on behind the scenes. This was one thing, and on one occasion we would not post in real time, and part with stranding and other work like that, or rare species, were under the protocols of NOAA. And so with the interest of the beluga, we were not posting that in real time. And then here's the summary of the report. Just gonna look at time real quick. This is the orcas only reports, and that Debbie Stewart, a board member, she puts together, and a longtime whale sighting network volunteer, and other places, other programs. So you can see the growth in the number of reports we've received. So again, just want to clarify, these are reported sightings. So while these reports do tell us sometimes where the whales are, we were reminded the other day to share, and it's a great reminder. This is more of an indication of where the people are and observing these whales, not so much for research purposes where the whales are. Hope that makes sense to everyone. And so quickly, a year in summary. and this is Orca's only, over 7,700 individual reports observation, which is an increase by 1,868 different individuals, and that's an increase of 98 over 2020. And as Monica laid out, you know, big sightings outpace southern residents, at least down in inland Puget Sound, more 3 to 1. And some other things observed there, specific days that had 100 or more observations logged. And then June and September, which would be probably pretty, I think if I remember, June was a like daily occurrence of bigs inland Puget Sound, and then residents showed up in September. And then just graphs to give you a visual of the different sightings by month and ecotype. And the different sightings received on each ecotype here, offshore and unknown. And the unknown, and this goes into part of, you know, what Orca Network does. And we engage with a lot of the other social media pages that collect reports, or there for more for community, but we do vet our sightings. And so when possible, we do work to get at least the ecotype. And then days with significant sightings, September 3rd had 119 observations, things like that. There was 2 families of bigs in, and then traveling together, and then another group separately. So some days, you know, we have multiple groups in, and it's kind of a raucous and fun time. And then both ecotypes were in. Sometimes JPOD has come down some of the last several years during the spring, often around Whidbey. And then KPOD Central Puget Sound was another day of note. And then this spring, May 22, with more bigs. And so here's some of the work of you citizen scientists, all you people out there reporting. Had 1,868 unique reporting parties. So, and 48 super spotters that have 25 or more observations. And just really can't impress upon you enough how much you add to the database. And we thank all our partners for their work in analyzing all this thing, you know, makes our job easier that we don't try. So, all right, thanks. And up next is Scott Veers with, find my stop share. Scott Veers with Orca Sound Beam Reach, and following him will be Virgil Zetterland, who's our app guru from Conserve IO, and we're just so pleased to have them and have relationship with them and work with them on the things that they'll be talking about. So.
Thanks, Elisa and Susan and Howie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So I'm Scott Veers. I'm sitting in Seattle, and I'm speaking today about Orca Sound, and want to emphasize from the get-go that this is a huge collaborative effort, just like Orca Network is. And I want to thank from the beginning the Orca Sound community that's helped make all of this possible, largely through volunteerism over the last 3 years. I'm going to go really fast, and there's a lot of links you may want to follow. So if you go to orcasound.net/talks, you'll be able to find this talk, but also just share a link that should get you there if you want to explore the links over the weekend. So Orca Sound began as a cooperative hydrophone network in Washington State about 20 years ago. And it was largely here in Harrow Strait, where we still have one of our 3 hydrophones. And since then, we have expanded to 5 locations in the mid 2000s to late 2000s, and we have 3 currently. But I want to emphasize that, you know, just like the software side of what I'm going to talk about today, this physical network of hydrophones is maintained through a huge effort. And I want to highlight the 17 NGOs that are collaborating, many developing outreach and education materials like Monica showed today, others doing research related to the acoustics, and maybe most importantly at the moment, 3 organizations, including the Port Townsend Marine Science Center and Orca Network, maintaining the physical hydrophones and computers that run in each of these 3 locations. We had a moment of truth in the mid 2010s, thinking about whether we wanted to keep this thing running without government funding, which had got us started. And we found a way, and we're still finding our way through things like Kickstarters and crowdsourcing and the volunteerism I'll refer to next. But I saw Betsy on the call, so a special thanks to the organizations that have maintained the physical hydrophones. And I saw Aaron and folks thanks for building the educational side of the network. In the last few years, from my perspective, Orca Sound has become an open source community of citizen scientists or community scientists and developers and designers of software and hackers of hardware. And so we've really gone in the last 20 years from limited ability to share this experience and only a couple of locations to multiple locations and a suite of software that either provides the live streams or makes it really easy to listen on your phone or your device of choice. So I just want to pause for a second and explain that live.orcasound.net is what we call a web app where you can listen live if you haven't before. We love to have more participants around the world in different time zones listening for orcas there. And if you happen to be a techie and you want to contribute to our software, it's all open source and free software maintained through GitHub. So you can get to it here. So let me just escape for a second and just show you the number of people who are participating. So we have a Hacker Hall of Fame to sort of highlight the folks who put in months and months of volunteer effort. And so I just want to highlight all of these folks, particularly Paul and Skander, who have built the first version of the website, Brendan and Mike, who've been instrumental in the second version of the web app, and then a whole suite of folks who've built different pieces of what I'll show you today and what's emerging over the next couple of years. So thank you to all those volunteers. So Orca Sound right now in 2022 is basically we've succeeded in our initial goal of making it easy to listen live. We have no limits on the number of people who can listen, and this fall we set a record of almost 200 simultaneous listeners. So I think we've succeeded in making it easy to listen, and it's relatively inexpensive compared to the old days. We've also made it much less expensive to create a new hydrophone listening location. So if you're interested in hosting or trying to drive down the cost of this hardware, it costs about $1,000 for a basic listening station still. We'd love to get that down to 100 this year or next year. And I want to emphasize that there's a lot of software running here, but the fundamental thing that Mike Castor made possible, along with our designers in version 2, was the ability to report a sound. And so one thing that has been a huge benefit of this collaborative effort is tagging data. So you've been helping us tag data, and from that, we've trained machines to also help us tag data. I'm showing you a sneak preview of what Orca Sound will look like in probably about another month. We'll launch version 3. And the main advancement that folks ask for and we're excited about is a map that is dynamic, that lets you zoom in and out, and that will be able to display sighting information or which hydrophones have been active recently or currently hearing interesting sounds. So what are the highlights that I see after 20 years of effort? One thing that I realized preparing this talk is that it's been almost 4 years since we had an accident of training or testing with mid-frequency active sonar in the inland waters of Washington. And I attribute that to you as listeners. Just listening and if the navies on both sides of the border know that we're listening, they seem to be behaving better. And it used to be that every 2 or 3 years, the marine mammals and other soniferous species of the Salem Sea would be exposed to this deleterious noise. And it hasn't happened. And I think that's because of the listening effort. Another huge success is what Elisa was talking about, the integration with networks here in Puget Sound proper and in the Salmon Islands and on into the other parts of the Salem Sea is really contextualizing what we hear. It makes it possible to tease apart that question of what is that jingling sound? We could not do it without integrating observations with the sighting networks, which are increasingly open and collaborative. So, a practical result of all this listening effort and development of artificial intelligence is that, we have tens of blog posts, one of which Monica nicely alluded to, showing you kind of the greatest hits and some analysis. We've got a long list of greatest hits or bioacoustic bouts. We had 75 of those that you and the machines helped us identify in the continuous records. So we couldn't do that without you. And using tools that we've developed or the actual labels from you pushing the button or a machine identifying interesting parts of a data record, we have now tens of thousands of labels, which we've shared with machine learning scientists to develop the artificial intelligence that's now helping us. In just a year and a half, we've had 1,900 subscribers to the version 2 of the web app. And so we share our detections with all of you through that mechanism, as well as a historic listserv with about 150 researchers, stewards, and educators. And there's more methods, notification methods coming. I can't talk much about this. I just wanted to highlight that we're being open with our data and our labeled data. So you're welcome to explore that if you're interested in data science. We have one machine learning model trained to recognize southern resident killer whale calls that's been running for about a year and a half now, and it helped us identify 71 hours of southern resident killer whale data, 30 hours of big spouts. Some of those came from humans that the machine missed too. 18 hours of humpback data. And what's clear to me is for the foreseeable future, it's really a combination of humans and machines listening that will enable us to not miss any transits on dark nights or foggy days. You can explore the AI detections. It's really fun to kind of go through the thousands of tagged data sets now. You want to listen to those jingles and think about what they are. That's where you should go. Lastly, harkening back to what Howie started us with, I just want to show you a few examples of the feedback we get through this little button at the bottom of the current listening app. And it makes it clear that people, they feel happy, they feel calmed by the ocean sounds, they feel joyous when they hear marine mammals that they might have seen previously on a visit to this area. But they're listening from Vermont and Europe and Asia and Minnesota. And overall, it's been a very positive feedback, and we're excited to interact and learn from those users what they want next. So that's where we're headed. A new version of the listening app, Point Robinson that Monica mentioned and Sunset Bay should come online this next year. We've got ideas for reaching out to Oregon and California hydrophones that exist on cabled observatories. And maybe most importantly, we're thinking about how to make the tool that we've provided you with, not just for annotating data and training machines, but taking action collaboratively across the range of the southern residents to conserve them. So the future looks bright. You can visit our roadmap to see where we're headed, and you can also suggest new features that you'd like to see us develop. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Scott. All right, Virgil.
All right. Well, very excited to be here. I'm Virgil Zetterlund, co-founder at Conserve.io, and to talk about the Whale Alert application. If you haven't heard of Whale Alert, it's a free mobile app that's been on iPhone and Android actually since 2012. So going into our 10th year as a citizen science resource for large marine mammals. like to recognize our key partners, National Marine Sanctuaries from the very beginning, International Fund for Animal Welfare is our key funding partner, and then Conserve.io, who I represent, and we're the technology builders for the core platform. Many partners and collaborators across industry, academic, conservation groups, and of course our users. What is Whale Alert? We like to call it actionable citizen science, meaning the data that's in Whale Alert is to be used by the public and by resource management, basically in real time or near real time. So this is it certainly helps long-term science, but Whale Alert's key goal is help protect whales today. Globally available on Android and iPhone, helps basically the public and boaters and even large ships know where there are active whale protection areas in place, see recent whale observations, and then send sightings not only to scientists, but to the local response networks and managers. Whale Alert looks basically at where you're at, or where your phone says you're at, and so that the data and sort of choices you have in the app are tailored to your location. We're currently, key ones for US is we have the East and West Coast have slightly different data, but we're also working right now with partners here in the Pacific Northwest to really tailor Whale Alert for the Salish Sea and the Olympic coast. What are the types of things you can find in Whale Alert? We have the region-specific approach guidelines, all of your static and dynamic whale measures. Those would be speed zones, both voluntary and mandatory, depending on where you're at. A large number of human sightings. Those sightings can be up to real time, to sort of depending on source. So if they come from what we call trusted observers, those could be visible in the app in 5 to 10 minutes. Sightings coming in from the general public are reviewed by ourselves or our partners. Those will have a time delay anywhere from a few hours up to a day. And then we also get sightings from outside our app ecosystem. So we're connected to various survey efforts by scientists and volunteers, working with Orca Network, again, tapping into that amazing resource they have on Facebook and helping pull some of that out of Facebook onto a mobile app that's usable out on the water. We also show acoustic detections. So a number of different types of gliders and buoys that are out listening for whales. Working with Scott and Orca Sound right now on connecting their detections also into the app. And then also, again, if you're a boater out on the water, we display marine protected areas with information from protected seas, as well as the real-time NOAA ports weather stations. So try and supply something in this app that's sort of something for everyone. In terms of the sightings you can make in the app, you can do both live whale and distress whale reporting. If you do report a distressed whale, once it collects your digital report, it's actually going to ask you to call the regional response numbers to shorten the time. One of the great things about the app is it automatically captures, with your permission, your location and time. So again, when these reports go to the different networks, they don't have to tease out where were you really. So if you're not familiar with, maybe all like the shore locations or what it's called, or you're out on a boat, that takes some of the guesswork out of where was the sighting from. The species list you see when you do a sighting is going to be specific to your location. And the nice thing too is if you're in a remote location or out on the water and you don't have a cell signal, Whale Alert will still actually work. It'll capture your sighting. And then once you have network connection, it'll automatically upload. So we actually get quite a bit of sightings that are collected in some locations well offshore, but it still sort of comes in as soon as the network's available. And again, I mentioned Whale Alert's actionable citizen science. So these sightings, they're going to resource managers right away. So we have an email alert network based on location and species. And so, whether it's NOAA fisheries people, entanglement, stranding response, groups like Orca Network. If they want real-time notification of sightings as soon as they come in, we can help set that up. We hope, that out on the water, speeding up sort of display of sightings, review of sightings also helps boaters, again, be reminded to slow down and behave well around the whales. So I just wanted to give a couple quick examples from the app. So, how do you make a sighting? In the app, there's a little binoculars button. You press that. It's first just going to ask you, is this just a live whale or is the whale dead or in distress? That's going to take you to the second screen there, where it's going to ask basic things like, can you identify the species? How many? You can attach a photo, your contact info. And I'll stress, we don't validate your contact info. We wanted to encourage anyone to report. And if they had some reason they didn't want to say who they were, we weren't going to force that. But that contact info really is important, because if it's a whale in a hazardous place, it's an unusual species, or in the case of right whales or southern residents or endangered whales, a lot of times resource managers really want the ability to follow up by email or phone and find out more about your encounter, more than you can really put in this little report. When you select the species, you're given, again, a little select list with some helpful sort of guides if you're not sure what species you're looking at. Right now, I will say we just have sort of general killer whale or orca. We are looking for the Salish Sea to add the southern residents and the bigs as separate choices in the near future. And then that final screen, if it was a dead or distressed whale you're reporting, once you hit submit, it's going to take you to this action required screen, show you a phone number that you can tap and call right from your phone there. It even shows your position, because a lot of times one of the first things they'll ask when you get the hotline is, where are you? And so this makes it easy for that to give fairly exact coordinates. What can you explore in the app when you're not seeing whales, or maybe you're just at home? You can pull it up and see sightings for the prior 30 days. So here's some examples in the Northwest right now. Lots of orca, humpback. There's some minke whale sightings, I think, fairly recent. We do have the management areas, like that blue area is the Olympic National Marine Sanctuary. If you tap on that, you can pull up a nice little description of the sanctuary. Same in the marine protected areas. The little NOAA icons that you might see down around like Port of Tacoma, those are those ports weather stations. If you tap on those, they'll actually give you the list of current weather for the sensors those have. There's always something to see. We're grateful to have, an active group of users in the Salish Sea, and we hope to have many more. This was just an example of 90 days of sightings last year of all the different species. Whale Alert, again, we're here because we really want to be collaborative. So we show sightings from our own app users, but we also really work to pull in from other public scientific surveys. On the East Coast, we're connected to the NOAA Right Whale database, which pulls in sightings from a large group of organizations. Always looking to connect to automated sighting systems or observation systems like Acoustics. Again, we're working with a pilot project right now with Orca Network at helping them get some of their sightings from Facebook into Whale Alert for the public. And working with Scott and Orca Sound, both in those human tag sightings as well as connecting to his AI. And then again, we're a bridge to different marine mammal management. So sightings that do come into Whale Alert are shared with the Fisheries Science Centers, those research partners, many different federal and state marine mammal managers, as well as other public benefit programs like the Whale Safe program in Southern California. Right now, we're very active in the Northwest, looking to strengthen our partnerships. We're in the iPhone, the WhaleWise guidelines are now the default approach guidelines in the Salish Sea. Those will be available in Android, hopefully early next week. We're, again, like I said, looking to tune that species list so that people who can identify southern residents and bigs versus Offshore orcas will have that sort of choice in the app to be more specific and get that ecotype information directly. Again, to help the public see whales, we're also exploring adding both whale trail and Orca network viewing locations to the app. So again, it'll be another way to quickly see if there's somewhere nearby you could see whales, or if you see whale sightings in the app, where could you drive to that's public and accessible to view those whales. On the management side, we are working with Canada and talking to some of the transboundary issues. So, speed zones and no entry zones in Canada, getting those in the app for boaters, as well as the potential to share sightings to the whale report alert system, which is used by the Washington State Ferries and others. If you'd like to get the word out, we're building regionalized posters for distribution, as well as handouts that can be given out to the general public. We're always happy to coordinate our outreach with local organizations. If you have an organization that does effort-based wildlife survey, we have an app for that as well. And again, marine mammal sightings that come in through that app help feed the larger network. And with that, again, I'd just like to say thank you for this opportunity to be here and to partner. And, we're very interested in how we can better engage the public and boaters to submit sightings, but also encourage responsible behavior. So with that, I'll turn it back to the panel.
Okay, at this time, we're going to have Q&As. Thank you, Virgil and Scott and Elisa and Howie. I think you guys are all a great example of how it takes a team to do what we're doing. And so we had a couple questions. One was from Donald Noviello. I'm not sure if I'm saying that last name right, but he's wondering if Mr. Zetterland can compare and contrast the Whale Alert app with the Whale Report.
So I assume he's talking about the Whale Report Alert System app. Yeah. So I have not used the RAS, but my understanding, and Scott may be able to help here as well, is that app basically doesn't show sightings. So you can submit sightings to it. Those sightings are visible to large commercial ships and the public in the ferries, but those sightings basically aren't available to the general public. And so the key difference is submitting via Whale Alert. You'll be able, other people will be able to see those sightings. And again, we're working on the connection so that those sightings will go to the RAS. And so if it's a large commercial ship or a ferry and RAS is what they use on the bridge, they'd have that sighting information. But just like Orca Network talked about, our real goal with Whale Alert is to keep as much in the public eye as possible, because we think transparency around this information is really critical for all this, basically for everyone to really be encouraged to do the right thing.
Okay, thank you. And then Cindy Elliser is wondering if for the Whale Alert app, if dolphins and porpoises are included, or is this just for large whales?
So when you click on species, down at the bottom is a little button that says other species, and in that list are the dolphins and porpoises. I believe we've got harbor seals there as well. And again, that's something on a sort of region by region basis. If we have a whole bunch of people like in Puget Sound say, we really want to report dolphins, we can sort of elevate dolphins up into the main list. But the key in the main list is we don't want to overwhelm a user with like 50 choices. We really want to keep that top list to be like the key 10 or so that they're likely to encounter where they're at.
Okay.
Yeah, Tiffany, could I just add to that real quick?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Cindy, I think the next meeting of the Marine Mammal Work Group will present some of these technologies and ask other folks what they're using to do effort surveys and whether they have other favorite apps and whether we can align. But I'd love your input on sort of ranking the species lists within Whale Alert. There's also Ocean Alert, which it really is any marine species. So there's another list that's a broader app, so a little bit more like iNaturalist, where you really could report any marine organism that you saw. So there's more tools coming. We just have to decide how to make them most useful to ourselves collectively.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you everybody so much. That was a great panel, and apologies to some of the questions that we may have not been able to get to, but I know our staff and Scott and people are trying to answer those in writing in the Q&A. So we'll try to get to as many of those in writing as we possibly can. But thank you all so much for being here. We really, really appreciate it. We want to give everybody a little bit of a break to get up and move around again and grab some lunch and join us. So we'll take like a 15-minute break. So we're coming back at about 1:05 for our next session. And during that time, Elisa has put together a wonderful presentation about all of our great partner groups that we work with. So I'll let Elisa talk about that, and we'll just play it on a loop so everybody can grab your lunches and come back to the computer, and we'll see you back here at 1:05. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. So it'll just be a slideshow that will loop. The music will loop too. And if at some point you don't want to hear the music anymore, you can just hit mute yourself. But so it's a collaboration of various organizations throughout the Salish Sea that have sent in slides for us to share with you about their programs and the work that they're doing. So it'll just keep playing and be here when you come back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Again, thanks, Elisa, for putting that great slideshow together, and thanks to all of our wonderful partners for sending in slides. Putting that together just made us realize how many incredible colleagues and partners we have. Hopefully you all got a chance to see that slideshow, but if not, if you missed part of it, we can put that up as a separate link on our YouTube channel, and just encourage everybody to take a look at the great work that everybody is doing out there. So our next session is, we're going to be learning about a really important salmon plan that was recently released, outlining the future of salmon recovery in Washington State. And that plan also includes a very important piece of legislation that we hope you're all going to get behind and support during this legislative session. So this is a plan we've all been waiting for anxiously. I want to give a big thank you to Tara Galeska, our Orca recovery coordinator for Washington State. She kept us updated through this process and made sure we got the information as soon as it released. So big thanks to Tara for her communication during this effort. So I also really want to thank our two speakers who are going to tell us more about this plan and the legislative piece. We have Eric Netherland, the director of the Salmon Recovery Office, who was previously with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. He's going to be discussing the salmon plan for Washington State. And then Amy Trainer is the environmental policy director for the Swinomish tribe. And she is going to be discussing the Marine Limis Act. So I believe we're going to start with Eric. And thank you all both so very much for being here.
Well, thank you, Cindy, so much for having us. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to actually begin with a tribal land acknowledgement. So I'm coming to you today from Olympia, Washington, on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish people, and specifically the Nisqually and the Squaxin Island peoples. And Olympia and South Puget Sound region is covered by the Treaty of Medicine Creek, which was signed under duress in 1854. So I just wanted to acknowledge, and I'm also grateful to the tribes and their roles in taking care and stewarding these lands. So as Cindy said, my name is Eric Netherland, and I'm the director of the Governor's Salmon Recovery Office. And really just, again, thank you for inviting me to this great event. I'm honored, really honored to participate. So this afternoon, I will really talk briefly about the governor's new strategy update that was completed in 2021, and then just provide a brief overview of the 22 legislative agenda. And then I'll hand it off to Amy, and she'll take over, as Cindy said. So first I'd start with, why are we talking about salmon? But of course, all of you know that the primary food source for southern resident orcas is salmon, and salmon are one of the three primary threats. I'm sure you've heard from Tara about this, but food, vessel disturbance, and noise and pollution being the three. So really understanding how salmon are doing is critical for our understanding of orca. But salmon are also critical for the health of our rivers and streams. And I like to say this because the more we learn, the more we know about this. And because salmon travel from our freshwater streams to the ocean and back again, they bring with them these rich nutrients from the ocean, and really help us, and is the reason we have the largest and one of the most beautiful temperate rainforests in the world. So we know when we have healthy streams and rivers and estuaries and bays, we have a resilient ecosystem. And when we have a healthy and resilient ecosystem, we know that we can have healthy and thriving salmon, healthy and thriving whales, and also healthy and thriving critters all up and down the chain. The other reason it's extremely important to think about recovering salmon as food source for whales, for our ecosystem, but we also have a legal and a moral obligation to recover our Pacific salmon. The United States, has international treaties with between the U.S. government and individual sovereign Indian nations. And these treaties were signed in the mid-1850s across the region when Washington was still a territory, actually. And these treaties were signed and include many individual provisions, including exchanging large swaths of land that I just mentioned in access in perpetuity for salmon and shellfish and other natural resources. And of course, there are many other provisions in the treaties, but these treaties are really still in place. they still are the supreme law of the land and really embedded in our U.S. Constitution. And these treaties have been affirmed and upheld time and time again through the appellate courts or circuit courts up to the Supreme Court. And these court decisions have affirmed tribes as sovereign nations and equal co-managers with state and federal governments and having equal access to the salmon. You know, and we also have our federal laws, Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act. So we have both these legal and these moral obligations to ensure salmon are on the landscape now and into the future. And I'd say if that isn't enough for us to want salmon on the landscape, really just imagine, I try to imagine this from time to time, just a moment, you know, just for a moment, what would the Pacific Northwest be without salmon? And, you know, without whales? I mean, how can we really, and you know, it's just something to think about. The other thing to think about is how long salmon have been in this landscape. We think, you know, we have short time frames for how humans think of things, for sure, for the most part. The earliest fossil records put salmon here as long as 7 million years ago. So salmon have been on this landscape for 7 million years. And for thousands of those years, salmon have shaped the lives of the people who lived here since time immemorial. So tribal cultures, interactions, fishing technologies, religions of the Pacific Northwest have all been impacted and influenced by salmon. And salmon continue to shape all of our lives and so many different components of our lives to this day. They still support our local economies, providing billions of dollars for Washington. They provide recreation opportunity. They enhance all of our cultures in very different ways. I know they've inspired me and they've inspired my kids to inspire me to do more. And they generate excitement for all of us about Washington and what we have here. And they make it real by looking at these salmon and seeing these salmon and seeing these whales. And I just think, who hasn't been inspired by a salmon just trying to fight its way upstream? It's just, I just was out this fall looking at salmon, and we do it every year. And so salmon have been here for millions of years, and they've shaped every part of our culture in the Pacific Northwest. So for me, it's hard to imagine a Washington without salmon. And in part, this is why I'm motivated every day really to come to work, to try and work for salmon, to try and work for orcas, and work with people like all of you that are doing this. Some of you on your own time, some of you as part of your jobs, some of you because you care. And to see all this exciting work, not only that's happening with salmon, but with Orca, with the technology, and trying to reach out and connect us all, even in times of COVID. So with all of that, how are the salmon doing? Well, in short, I would say they very much need our help. There are 28 species that are listed across the West Coast for salmon, listed on the Federal Endangered Species Act. And in Washington, there are 14 salmon species that are listed as either threatened or endangered. So that encompasses nearly half of all the major runs in Washington for salmon, of all the species. And it encompasses as much as 75% of our land area. So 75% of the rivers and land area in Washington have one or more federally listed salmon. And in many cases, we just issued a report, State of Salmon and Watersheds report in 2020. The Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission also issued a report, State of Our Watersheds. And, you know, in our report, we found that, you know, less than half of the salmon are making progress on recovery, you know, much less than half the salmon. So we have work in front of us. At the same time, so I'd say salmon, you know, they're challenged, as we know, with habitat loss, pollution, and blocked access to habitat. And this is all exacerbated by climate change, which is, you know, and Amy might talk about this, which is warming streams, creating extreme conditions in our rivers. We've seen this with recent floods and droughts. It's shifting our food webs in Puget Sound. We have science coming through the Marine Science Survival Project with Long Live the Kings. We have science coming every day from our agencies and tribes talking about that, and it's altering our ocean conditions. So salmon really face a multitude of challenges. But But what I really wanted to say is, I really feel all is not lost. I still am hopeful, and I'd argue that there's still a lot of hope. And right now, in this particular moment in time, I feel like there is momentum that we must marshal. We're at a crossroads, but we have a choice. And, we can stay the course and maintain the status quo that got us here, and we can see where it's headed. Or we can work to make change and take bold actions and make a difference for salmon and whales and for all of us. And I feel fortunate that the governor has really taken a step forward on this. And I also feel very lucky to be in a place where that this is happening, so that I can even play a small part in helping. The governor's decided to take bold and decisive steps to make change, and he's put forward a host of initiatives and priorities. And I'm just going to talk about a couple of them. And some of those include the update to the statewide strategy, and one of those includes his salmon investment and agenda in salmon recovery, which in just 2022 session is adding $200 million of additional funding to salmon recovery that is on top of what was put forward in the biennium. So the governor's been working closely with the tribes, and Amy will cover the pieces on that. But right now, I'll just jump into what's in the strategy. And in essence, the statewide strategy was put into place in 1999 on the heels of all the federal listings or a lot of the federal listings that came. And that strategy has been in place. It's called the Statewide Salmon Recovery Strategy. Extinction is not an option. And that strategy has been in place for 20 years. And so the governor wanted to update that strategy, and he wanted to update it in a way that was streamlined and really was bold and took actions. And so that was finished. And there are really eight kind of cornerstones in terms of actions that are outlined in the strategy. And it's really a fairly brief document. And I'll put a link in the chat, or I'll send a link to Cindy if she hasn't already sent that around. But it's, just a little over 23 pages. And it really just talks about what needs to be done. And it talks about these 8 categories: protect and restore vital salmon habitat, which includes riparian, which Amy will talk about. Invest in clean water infrastructure for salmon and people, and that includes wastewater infrastructure and stormwater infrastructure. The third priority in the strategy is to correct fish passage barriers and restore salmon access to the historical habitat. And so this talks about, not only meeting the obligations under the court case with the tribes for culverts, but also going further and repairing culverts and barriers across Washington. But also the strategy talks about reintroducing salmon into areas that have been blocked for, up to 100 years. For example, in eastern Washington above the Chief Joe and the Grand Coulee dams. So the third priority is correcting fish passage and restoring habitat or access to habitat. Fourth is building climate resiliency. So we want to improve the adaptive capacity. This is really about improving the adaptive capacity of natural systems so they can absorb increased stresses from climate change. And it talks about that in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but also ensuring there's clean, cold water in streams so that salmon can access that clean, cold water as climate change tries to warm the streams. Fifth strategy is more effectively integrate salmon recovery into the threats that we already know exist, hatchery harvest and hydropower, but also use the information that we've learned over the last 20 years to really use our hatcheries to help us with recovery and ensure they're consistent with our harvest. So that's a priority, just continuing what we've been doing. 6 is addressing predation and food web. We know predation is a big issue for salmon, and we have learned a lot over the years about that. And then 7th is enhancing our commitments with our agencies and programs. So just working together, continuing to do that, and then strengthening our science and monitoring and accountability. So those are the 8 priorities. What's also new in the strategy is there are three main commitments that we want to put forward. One of them is to honor our commitments to tribes, and the second one is to assure our federal commitments and funding with our federal partners. So our federal agencies have an obligation, and the federal government has an obligation both to the tribes and to the state and to the salmon. And so we want to assure those. And then we also want to prioritize commitments around environmental justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And those are things that weren't necessarily included explicitly in the original strategy. So that, in a nutshell, is the strategy that the governor put forward. And in addition, the governor did rolled out his salmon agenda as one of his top 4 agendas that he's putting forward to the legislature. And in the salmon agenda, like I said, he proposed investing nearly $200 million for various programs across those priorities that I just listed. So within our protect and restore vital salmon habitat, there's several items, $123 million invested in riparian habitat protection and restoration, including the Lorraine Loomis Act that Amy will talk about, but also a riparian grant program to restore and protect riparian areas across the state. There's almost $10 million invested in clean water and another $7 million in ensuring their cold water in our streams. And there's nearly $1 million in fish passage to update our statewide prioritization of barriers, so understanding where our barriers are. And then there's a whole host of funding for science, accountability, and to ensure that we're understanding what progress we're making on salmon recovery. And then there's funding to continue to implement the strategy. So with that, I would take a break, and I don't know, Cindy, if we want to answer questions now or just hand it over to Amy, and maybe we could answer questions at the same time.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. We'll turn it over to Amy, and then we'll do a Q&A at the end for both of you, if that works.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, hi, everybody out there. Again, my name is Amy Trainer. I serve as the Swinomish Indian Tribal Communities Environmental Policy Director. And first, I want to just say thank you to Cindy for reaching out and inviting me to join you all today. It's really great to be here. And a huge thanks to Eric. That was a really great overview, and nice that you covered some ground that I don't have to about tribes and treaty rights. So thank you. Eric and the governor's office have really been terrific partners, especially the last couple of years, in working on, really digging in and what is it that we need to do to recover our salmon, because without that, we're frankly just not going to recover our beloved southern residents, right? So I have a PowerPoint that, Cindy, can I share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, looks good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me move this over a little bit. So I did do a land acknowledgement, just acknowledging that we're on the ancestral homelands of the Coast Salish people who have called these lands and waters home since time immemorial. We recognize their stewardship, and we'll work to uphold tribal sovereignty in all actions we take, and we'll work to honor this place in the Pacific Northwest for the deep spiritual, cultural, personal significance it holds for the Coast Salish people. So as Eric mentioned, there's in Western Washington, we have 20 treaty tribes. The Swinomish tribal community is one of those 20 treaty tribes. They signed the Treaty of Point Elliott in 1855. And just to give you a sense, so there's 3 treaty tribes on the Skagit River. Skagit River is the biggest that drains into Puget Sound. And so you can see this red outline, its headwaters are all the way up in British Columbia. And Swinomish has adjudicated treaty rights to the entirety of the Skagit River Basin, including all of the tributaries. And it is, in addition to being the largest in Puget Sound, the Skagit River still has wild populations of all the salmon species, including steelhead, spawning in the river, which is pretty fantastic. And it's Swinomish invests heavily in natural resource management, protection, and restoration efforts. The tribe is really proud to have that distinction for the Skagit, and we all work really hard to ensure that future generations can also have all of those wild spawning populations in the river. So folks are sort of wondering, what are the kind of top line, what stands in the way of truly recovering populations of salmon? Well, as outlined in the Skagit River Chinook Recovery Plan from 2005 that the tribe co-wrote with our co-manager, the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. The lack of riparian habitat along salmon streams in the river, the lack of estuary habitat, floodplain habitat. We've had a net pen right off the tribe's reservation, which we're still crossing our fingers might go away sometime very soon. And there's obviously a lot of other threats from development, et cetera. So today, we're going to talk about the Lorraine-Loomis Act, but this is all just to sort of put it in context, right? And so, as Eric mentioned, and you probably all know, salmon need cool, clean water and plenty of it to thrive. And just over a decade ago, NOAA Fisheries redid their biological opinion. They updated and did a new biop to include new best available science. And those, basically, this was all about stream temperatures for salmon rearing, foraging, spawning. And that biological opinion is codified in state administrative code. It's actually WAC 173-201A-200. So if you go to that section of the state administrative code, you will see a list of like temperature standards for salmon streams, and there are maps that go with it. So the ideal temperatures, about 55 to 64 degrees, 13 to 18 is really the upper level. And so when streams are too warm, there's lower oxygen, they have increased susceptibility to toxins and disease, their food supply is reduced. They have a reduced ability to avoid predators. So stream temperatures really matter. So throughout Puget Sound, the waters that have been monitored and tested, there's, I guess you can kind of see that. It says over 1,900 miles. So the State Department of Ecology monitors stream temperatures, right? And they kind of take the data layer for WDFW's salmon stream, and then if you put the data layer for the ecology water quality assessment, especially for temperature, overlap those, you have now over 2,000 miles. And it's probably much more than that because frankly, there's thousands and thousands of miles of salmon streams that actually have not been yet monitored. So we have a major problem on our hand with the temperature of streams already being too warm. And as you all experienced that heat dome last summer, it's a little terrifying thinking about if you're a cold water fish and all of a sudden you're like, hey, what's going on here, right? So just to give you a sense of how bad it is in the lower part, the sort of lower area of Skagit, the tribe has been begging the state and the feds to do something about this problem for over 20 years. And so starting in 2004, we finally got the county to start monitoring. So this dotted line is 16 degrees Celsius. That's the high end of where these stream temperatures should be. And as you can see, the problem, the temperatures are not getting any better. Like these streams are consistently way over, in some cases, the really level that salmon need to thrive. And so one of the main, the main cause of this in the lower Skagit, and I think really throughout Puget Sound, is the lack of riparian habitat. So when Eric was talking about the fact that salmon have evolved in the Pacific Northwest for millions of years, those salmon evolved with huge forests all over those salmon streams, right? The areas that salmon evolved with didn't look like this. They weren't rip-wrapped and hardened in the shoreline. They weren't completely denuded. They didn't, barely have any, native plants. They had huge dug firs. This is what a real healthy salmon stream would look like, right? You get these tall 100, 400-year-old trees, dug firs, spruce, cedar. They eventually fall across. They make cold water refugia for the salmon. So these sort of images, right, are what we know that our salmon really need. The problem is this was cleared for development, for agriculture, for roads, for all kind of infrastructure throughout Puget Sound over the last 100 to 200 years. So the tribes have asked for a really long time, and Governor Inslee, in 2019, the tribes have this centennial, what's called the Centennial Accord, where the tribes and the state come together in a government-to-government way every November usually, and there have become so many natural resource issues that now one of the 2 days is entirely dedicated to natural resource issues. And so the governor made a commitment, and he directed in November 2019, all of his state agencies, his natural resource cabinet, to adopt and implement the science-based standard for riparian habitat. And what we know that is from the state Fish and Wildlife, they've published best available science now for over 20 years. That it is called one site potential tree height. This really comes from the timber industry. And so basically you look at the soil class along the stream, and you see what are the trees that those soils could support. If it's a dug fir, then how tall would that dug fir be at 200 years? It's usually around 200 to 250 feet. If that's the case, then that is how wide that riparian habitat area needs to be on both sides. And so from that commitment, tribes in the state worked as co-managers, spending, let me just say, hours and dozens of meetings and hours over the past couple of years to figure out, really taking a deep dive into our state laws and policies and saying, do we have enough authority to protect trees on the ground? Do we have any authority at all to require the restoration of these important riparian areas where they've been denuded, degraded, and cleared, whether it's for agriculture, for development, for roads, or whatever? And so out of this, really I think that's the first time that state agencies had that kind of cross communication and really collaboration about a specific issue. And certainly it was one of the first times that tribes had that kind of interaction and engagement with the state family. So out of this effort has been born what is called the Lorraine-Loomis Act. And let me just tell you for a minute, and I will try not to tear up, about Lorraine. So the governor's office really bestowed this great honor on Lorraine, who we lost actually last August. At 81 years, she was literally on her way into a fisheries meeting and sadly collapsed. Since the mid-70s, she was one of the first and only women of any tribe involved in fishery management. From the time the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, which does a lot of habitat and fishery management work with the 20 Western Washington Treaty Tribes, she was a commissioner. She'd been chair since Billy Frank Jr. passed in 2014. She had been the vice chair the whole time he was chair, and then she took over as chair. And Lorraine was just this amazing leader, and she had this ability to bring people together, but also to really get things done. And she knew that restoring habitat was how we were going to restore salmon. And she, you know, from the time I started working at Swinomish, she'd been working with my predecessor for many, many years to say, we've got to get the trees in the ground. You grow trees to grow salmon, and that will feed killer whales, feed tribes, and all Washingtonians. And so to have this act named after Lorraine, our sort of litmus test as it starts to move through the legislature next week is it still worthy of having Lorraine's name on it, right? Because she was such a titan, a fisheries manager and habitat protection. So let me just tell you in a kind of nutshell what this bill will do. It places for the first time a duty on landowners to establish a riparian management zone along salmon and steelhead streams. And this will provide the shade and the microclimates to cool those temperature impaired streams, also to support climate resilience, which protects and recovers water quality, right? So you have trees, again, you cool, you're blocking ultimately once those trees are tall enough, the thermal impact, the thermal rays from causing temperature pollution. You're cooling the whole microclimate. So the water in the creek, the groundwater, which is you can't see, but it's there, called the hypereic zone. All of that is cooled. The bugs, the debris and litter from the trees that fall in, all of that is necessary for habitat for salmon. That's what these riparian management zones will do. So the bill says you got to establish one of those. The bill provides financial assistance to landowners to plant the trees, maintain the trees for up to 5 years, maybe fencing if necessary. It incorporates this riparian management zone standard into both our Growth Management Act and Shoreline Management Act planning, which is long overdue. It will honor tribal treaty rights, which are legally protected private property rights. And in doing so, create healthy habitat to enable salmon to recover. And it really creates for the first time a regulatory backstop, right? So Eric mentioned that the salmon strategy, the statewide salmon strategy in 1999 under then Governor Gary Locke, it called out, it was already well known that salmon streams had a major temperature problem. And it said, we're gonna give, especially on agricultural land, so we're gonna give them 3 years. And if all of these voluntary and incentive programs are not making the difference we need, then we're going to bring in a regulatory backstop to say, you really have to do this because salmon recovery is essential. Well, that regulatory backstop never happened. And as a result, we now have this explosion of temperature polluted streams that are frankly just too warm for salmon. So what are the benefits if this act is passed in sort of the version that it is? So, but planting trees, we're not asking, should be a good thing, right? In the face of climate change, you're going to restore habitat. You're going to grow trees. You're going to grow more salmon, and that means for tribal, sport, and commercial fishers. You're going to have more groundwater because these riparian management zones, as our precipitation, comes in the form of these crazy atmospheric rivers, it will slow down that water. It will allow it to percolate into the groundwater. You plant trees, certainly at a science-based width, you basically will get all of your water quality pollution issues taken care of. You're going to create jobs because you're going to need a lot of hands on the ground. Perfect thinking about a conservation corps for high school students, college students, and others to plant and monitor these RMZs. You're going to enhance climate resiliency, which is good for farmers. You're going to help grow pollinators too, right? And regulatory certainty. So this notion of all of a sudden, all of these land uses are going to have a regulatory backstop when they've kind of been fighting it. Over 20 years ago, the timber industry said, okay, we will agree to, they kind of cut a deal with the tribes and the environmental community, and they embraced regulation to leave riparian trees along these salmon streams. Frankly, this provides them with regulatory certainty, and they were really proud of that, and it has been effective. So this is not some, pie in the sky idea. It has existed. The timber industry financially is doing very well. So we just need to have sort of equity across land uses. Oops. So, and then just a little more. 1 second, please. So I mentioned about, when salmon were listed under the ESA about Governor Locke's plan. Again, we have over 2,000 miles. And just to be clear, like the regulatory backstop, the idea is for it to work hand in hand with the existing voluntary and incentive programs. So it's an acknowledgement that these voluntary and incentive programs have done good things, but the problem is so widespread at this point, it has not even come close to keeping pace with the problem. So we need both of them. We have to have this backstop because we can no longer wait around for landowners to decide, well, maybe I want to plant trees. We got a major crisis on our hands, and this bill, frankly, is just the bold action that we need to address the problem. So in conclusion, this riparian habitat restoration will build climate resiliency, which is really, frankly, the key to Puget Sound salmon recovery. These warm stream temperatures that are, already exist and are only going to get worse are having an adverse impact on salmon recovery throughout Puget Sound. So if we're serious about salmon recovery, which means we're serious about orca recovery, we really need everybody to come out, voice their strong support to their state legislators about growing trees to grow salmon, to feed killer whales and all Washingtonians. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Eric and Lorraine, and Amy, for that information. And we do have a number of questions that have come in during the presentation. So there were several around the Snake River dams. And I guess the best summary of those questions is how does Snake River Dam removal fall into the governor's updated salmon plan?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, Governor Inslee is working on this with Senator Murray, and so actively working with Senator Murray on a plan to address the impacts of potential, and look at and explore the impacts that would come from breaching the dam. So he's looking at that through that process. Through the salmon package that he put forward, he's providing funding to the Columbia Basin Collaborative, which is in the Columbia River and all across. It's a 4-state collaborative, and also providing funding to individual agencies more broadly for hydro, so that they can engage in federal licensing, so they can have more capacity to engage in federal licensing. So I'd say that's how the governor is addressing the Snake River dams.
Okay, thank you. Where's the priority or a major stakeholder piece in the strategies that mentions the orcas in particular? And is there anything in the predation piece acknowledging the role of Biggs orcas in helping to maintain species balance?
Eric, I think you're on mute.
I think I put myself on mute. I'm sorry. If I'm understanding the question correctly, is there anything in the strategy that acknowledges the role of the transient orcas and in predation? And I'm imagining that's on the pinniped population. No, I don't think it doesn't really address it in that way. The strategy really gets at acknowledging this as an issue separate from a natural, predation as a natural cause. In the original strategy, predation was identified as a natural source of mortality, but we know that it's actually we can take actions, especially in places like the Columbia River, not just for pinnipeds, but for other predators. We understand that it's an ecosystem issue as well. It's not, this isn't a silver bullet, but it's part of the solution in some places where the ecosystem, I would say, is out of balance, and we need to take maybe some more acute actions. But it doesn't talk about orca, the role of the transient in helping with the pinniped population. It doesn't address that in the strategy.
Does it address the residents as a stakeholder? That was the other part of the question.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't do that in that part of the strategy either.
Okay, thank you. Another question. What's the best way for people to participate? There's kind of two sides to this question. One was a specific question about participating in planting and restoring habitat for salmon, which groups to contact, and also just in general, how can the public best get involved in supporting the revised recovery plan and the Lorraine-Loomis Act, and call for the best possible protection for our salmon and orcas?
Yeah, great questions. I can start and maybe Eric can finish up. So the bill hasn't passed right now. So each county generally has a conservation district. They do a lot of these. One of the best things you can do is if you know friends, family, acquaintances that live along a salmon stream and that salmon stream doesn't have trees, talk to them, help educate them about the importance, right? Get on social media. There's about to be a lot of social media starting early next week because the first hearing on the Lorraine-Loomis Act is Wednesday morning. So keep a lookout for probably the Orca Salmon Alliance, Washington Environmental Council, Wild Orca, and others. Hopefully are going to be blasting out a lot of social media about the bill. And I think Washington has, and the legislators, everybody is really a little averse to regulation. And it's like, why? Regulation is how we have remotely clean air, remotely clean water, right? Regulation is, just part of the game. And there have been big money interests that for so long have stopped this regulatory approach at all to planting trees. And the harm has come to salmon users, whether it's killer whales, tribal treaty rights, really all Washingtonians. So, the status quo isn't working. And so if you can reach out to your legislators, again, educate anyone who lives along a salmon stream that, there's all kinds of funding programs. So this bill is meant to sort of get people enrolled. It also creates another $100 million program through the Salmon Recovery Funding Board just for riparian habitat. So there's I think a lot of things folks can do. And then, fingers crossed we'd actually get a bill this year. I think, the state has a conservation corps. I think that would be whether through federal funding or the federal conservation corps, those are going to be really beefed up. So there's a lot of excitement and opportunity here. So I hope that folks feel like, yes, I can get engaged and make a difference, because I do think there's a lot of ways to do that.
Thank you, Amy. Do you have anything to add to that, Eric?
No, I think that's exactly right. I think just being out there, being aware, being educated, and it's a time to make your voice heard for sure. And then, sorry, back to the last question there. I don't think I completely understood it correctly, but when using the term stakeholders, but yes, somebody mentioned in the chat, I don't know if it was you, Cindy, that there are certainly orcas are mentioned in the report, and in some of the sections there is a strategy to ensure that foods provided for southern residents first, and they're a priority in recovery. So.
Yeah, and I will just say, as far as the Lorraine Loomis Act goes, the tagline that we're using, and I think it came to give acknowledgement and credit where it's due from David Trout, the Nisqually Tribe's Natural Resources Director. He was like, we need to grow trees, to grow salmon, to feed killer whales, tribes, and all Washingtonians. And that is exactly the message of this bill. So killer whales are an integral part about the success of this bill. It's kind of built, that's a key component in consideration here.
Okay. Does the public need to support funding for the plan during this legislative session?
So the bill, I assume there is a budget proviso. The governor's put forward a budget. Senator Christine Rolfes, who is the chair of the Senate Ways and Means Committee, is the prime sponsor of the Lorraine Loomis Act in the Senate. She came up to the press conference when the governor was at Swinomish about a month ago to announce his very bold, frankly, awesome salmon package. So not to say there won't be any issues, but the bill is directly tied to this sort of $100 million provision. So yes, support the bill, support the budget that's going to come along with it. We sort of, the state is in this very unusual position for a short session, the sort of second year of the biennium. We have a lot of cash. We have federal funding, and we have just more tax revenue than I think anybody anticipated. So we have this moment right now to really just do this, to create the fund, get the $100 million, as well as all the other funding for the other pieces that the governor has proposed. So yes.
Yeah, I saw to add to that, I saw in the chat there was a link. Cindy provided a link to both the strategy and the policy brief from the governor's office. And so in that policy brief at the end is the $187 million. That's a nice summary of what's in his budget for salmon. So, and in that are the elements that Amy just mentioned.
All right. Thank you both. I don't see any further questions. So I'll turn back over to Cindy.
I actually have a question for either or both of you. I'm just wondering, in the plan, a lot of the wording in there, it talks about what some of the strategies are, but doesn't go into detail on the implementation. I'm just wondering kind of what the process is on how the implementation is decided on some of these. If the plan is approved and the budget's approved, what's the next step in terms of implementation?
Yeah, so part of the next step is looking at a different way of implementing, and I think what was set up this year is looked at as a potentially really good model. And so what happened is the state agency, as Amy mentioned, the state agencies work together to come up with sort of what their proposals are for implementing the strategy on a biennial basis. So how it works is essentially every 2 years, the agencies send their proposals for their budgets into the governor's office, and then the governor's office reviews those with a lot of input from others, and then comes up with the governor's budget. And the agencies obviously work together, and they collaborate and coordinate very well. But as what happened as you remember, under the Orca task force, after those recommendations came out, the agencies really came together with the stakeholders and the tribes, and really sort of promoted a single package that was easy for public get their head around, and was easy to sort of champion. And so I think that's a similar model with what you see now, which is, the governor's come out with a salmon package, I would say a salmon agenda, and as part of that agenda, there's budget pieces, and there's this big policy piece, which is the cornerstone, is the Lorraine Loomis Act. And so moving forward, what's outlined in the strategy at the end is a process where you would pull together the natural resource agencies and have them work together on biennial budgets and have budget and policy priorities that would align with salmon and orca recovery. And and then work with the tribes to come up with a process that engages them as co-managers and as sovereign nations, and has input with the governor directly on their priorities, like they did with the riparian bill. So anyway, that's kind of a lot of words, but I think it's significant because it allows us to work as agencies, collaborating ahead of time to put proposals towards the governor's office, and then it helps us to be accountable to each other and one another on how are we doing on what we've put forward. So I think that's how we're planning to implement the strategies based on what the governor's put forward so far. Amy, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's a great overview. From my perspective, I've worked in the environmental NGO world for, half of my career. And, working for a treaty tribe, it's a different approach. And so having tribes who have been stewards, right, of Puget Sound and beyond, all of these lands and waters since time immemorial, and having them have this direct seat at the table, in the creation of the Lorraine-Loomis Act, in the implementation of the Governor's Salmon strategy, it's kind of a new day and it's very exciting. And I think everybody should be hopeful, because when tribes are at the table, we push the state hard. We push them really hard and say, no, what are you doing? Like, I don't want words, I want action and I want results. And so how are we going to get from where we are to where we need to be? Like, let's get the funding, does it require regulation? We've kind of all gotten the low hanging fruit issues, right? The things ahead of us are tough, but just know that when the tribes are at the table, and we hope to continue this really great kind of partnership and new approach that the governor thankfully is embracing, it's benefiting everybody, because the tribal leaders have loud and strong voices, and it is their treaty rights. And I know my tribal leaders, they're always thinking about, many of my tribal leaders right now are the 7th generation since the signing of the 1855 Treaty of Point Elliott. And they're looking down, 7 generations down the road and thinking, are there even going to be any salmon left? And so some of, the pieces that we're tackling now, especially the Lorraine-Loomis Act, no, this isn't going to give you more fish tomorrow. It's not going to give the killer whales more fish tomorrow. But in another generation or two, like, this is going to ensure that we will have fish for killer whales, for tribes, for all the user groups in Washington state. So this is long overdue. It's really hard. It's going to be hard for some folks who frankly haven't had accountability, but that accountability is long overdue. And I think we just all need to really stick together, pull together. The first step of this is getting the Lorraine-Loomis Act passed, showing the legislature, here's what happens when the tribes and the whole environmental community from all over the state come together. Like, it is going to address so many of our, kind of multi-benefits across the board. So I'm hopeful, the Environmental Priorities Coalition has this as their #1 priority, which is awesome. The environmental community is doing a lot of great work, including you all, by even just having us here and listening today. So I just want to say thank you for that. And thank you in advance for, any outreach, lobbying, voicing your support to your legislators. That is going to matter.
Thank you so much, both of you, for that description. And anybody who is interested in getting involved in this, we can certainly send out some information on how to do that, how to support this in the legislature. So thank you so much for that, Amy, and thanks for your work with the tribes and all of their work to really bring this to the forefront. And Eric, thank you for that description as well. Kind of comparing that to the task force final report really helped me understand that these are policies and budgets that have already been, submitted, proposals that have been submitted, and this is just kind of bringing it all together into one document. So that's really helpful for me to understand.
I'd like to.
All right.
I'd like to also thank Amy, because she's downplaying a little bit her role. She's been a great. She's a great leader and has been a great champion for this. So I appreciate Amy's all of her involvement in this. I've learned a tremendous amount from you, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I really appreciate that. It's great working with you. Well, thank you, Cindy, again. I hope you guys have a great rest of your afternoon. I'm going to run. But yeah, look forward to staying in touch.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. And I do see a couple notices in the chat about people who want information on how to support this. So we will definitely, I'll be in contact maybe with both of you and put together some information on how people can support it and get it sent out to everybody.
Terrific. Great.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, we will move on to the next session now. And for this one, we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about our wayward beluga whale. We are going to have a pre-recorded presentation from Dr. Stephanie Norman. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here today because of a previous commitment, but she was kind enough to pre-record a presentation for us. So she is going to talk about beluga whales. Stephanie is a veterinarian with World Vets and Marine Med, and she is also our veterinarian for the Central Puget Sound Marine Mammal Stranding Network. She has spent time working with belugas in Alaska, and she was also part of the response team for our wayward Puget Sound beluga. So she was kind enough to pre-record a presentation, so we will show that now. Unfortunately, she won't be here to answer questions, but hopefully all of your questions will be answered during her great presentation.
Opportunity to come talk today about belugas, and particularly the one that was in Puget Sound for the month of October. And my apologies for not being able to be here in person to answer questions, but hopefully you'll get the information and learn something about belugas in general and about our visitor that we had this fall. So I'm a veterinarian and I work for a couple organizations. One is for Marine Med. It's my consulting business as an epidemiologist and a wildlife veterinarian. So I look at diseases and populations of animals. And I also work with World Vets as part of the Marine Mammal Stranding Response Program. So I work with Orca Network and other stranding responder groups in Washington State. So what I want to start off with is talk a little bit about the classification of beluga whales, how they fit into the animal kingdom. And they are part of the order of Cetacea. We also have pinnipeds, but this is a cetacean, and they belong to the family of Monodontidae. And this might be a little bit of a misnomer because mono just means one and dontidae is tooth. So they are also in the family, or in the same family as the narwhals, which do indeed have this long tusk. So it's a little bit of a misnomer, but those two species of animals, cetaceans, are in this family. And the genus is Delphinapterus. And then Lucas is a species which means white. So it's a white whale. And they're a very interesting group of animals, the beluga whales. They do lack a pronounced rostrum or a beak, as we see in, say, bottlenose dolphins. And the top of their head is characterized by a really round, flexible melon, and that focuses and modulates their vocalizations, including echolocation clicks. So they are a toothed whale, and they possess anywhere from 18 to 20 teeth in both the upper and lower jawbone. So it's a total of around 36 to 40. And as you can see in this photo, the person is gently compressing down on the beluga's head, the melon. And it just shows you how much that area is flexible, because they do use it a lot in echolocation and focusing their sound. And so it is very mobile compared to other species, makes them kind of unique in that way. And in fact, that odd shaped head sort of gives rise to a lot of different organizations that have made use of that strange head. So for instance, with our Airbus, they've used that Beluga. In fact, they call themselves a Beluga Airbus after that. They help distribute parts of the plane, but because they look so much like a Beluga, and in fact, in this lower right-hand corner, you see the Beluga itself, and then on top of the whale, above the whale, they have a plane that's been painted with an eye and a kind of a smile that represents the Beluga's mouth. So they've had a little bit of fun with them. They do kind of look odd, so it's all in fun. Now the genus, again, Delphinapterus translates into dolphin without a fin. So they are unlike our resident killer whales and our transients that have this really tall dorsal fin. These guys instead will have a dorsal ridge. It's really tough, and it's made mostly of hard cartilage and a little bit of fat in there. And what that does is it allows them to swim easily under ice flows. So yes, killer whales can also do that, but they don't do it as easily as belugas. So killer whales have to stay in areas where it's free of ice or relatively free of ice in order to not bump up their fin against the bottom of the ice, the underside of the ice. The belugas can then go swim under quite readily, and they can also bump up against the ice, and they can break under these sheets of floating ice. And so that allows them to help break in breathing holes when they need them. And another unique feature about beluga whales in comparison to other cetaceans, or whales or dolphins, is that they don't have fused neck vertebrae. So the first 6 or 7 vertebrae in their neck are not fused, so it allows them to shake their head. And I'll show some pictures later on, and they can do their head up or down and sideways, much more so than other species of cetaceans. And also, beluga whales are covered with a really, really, really thick layer of blubber. They have to because they live in these really cold Arctic and subarctic waters, but it makes up 40% of their weight, and it keeps them warm and helps store energy. Now, some of these beluga populations will shed skin during each summer during an annual molt, and they will rub against shallow waters, the coarse gravel, to help remove the layer of skin that when it's old, it becomes kind of yellow. And so they'll have this kind of yellow flaky skin as it's molting off, and then they come out with this bright, shiny white new skin layer. So just an idea of the length of this animal. It's a quite large animal. It can be up to 16 feet long, not as long as our orcas, but definitely a large animal. And this comparison next to a human is pretty, I would say it's more for the large males. Some of the females, the younger animals aren't going to be that big, but if you're standing up next to it, you know, a grown man can be, it'll come up to the knees, the height of the animal if he's on the ground. So they are pretty big animals. And then looking at their weight, to me, they look like a Pillsbury Doughboy. But they have to have this fat on because they've got to store for the winter where food sources are going to be a lot more scarce. And they can average around 3,000 pounds. So big animals when they head out after they've fed all summer on fatty fish such as salmon. Now, another unique characteristic they have, and tried to show some pictures here with the arrows pointing, is that they have what they call these stabilizers, these kind of lateral or kind of outgrowths of their skin and tissues to the side. The bottom picture is a whale on his left side down. He's got his little foreflipper pec fin sticking up here, and it's got this kind of a, you know, lateral edge here. And when you see these out in the wild, I call them pontoons, and they get really big in males, particularly after they've fed all summer on salmon. So when they get fatty fish, those pontoon layers, these ridges can to really big, get big. And there's some thought that it might provide some lateral stabilization. So as the animal's going through the water, and it kind of keeps them, kind of an even keel, because they don't really, the bottom of their body, as you can see here, is quite flat. And I'll explain why that's useful in the next slide. So this may help provide some lateral stabilization as they go through the water, and also allow them to go through the water on their sides like this. So one of the things I mentioned just in the previous slide is they have this flat bottom. And one of the reasons it's thought, if you do it on cross section, they look like a flattened triangle. They have this kind of flat body. And what this ends up happening is they can often strand themselves, sometimes intentionally if they're trying to escape from orcas or other predators. And sometimes it's unintentional if they get caught up in a low tide or the tide goes out too quickly and they're feeding and they're not paying attention. Sometimes if they're sick, they'll come across, but it allows them to maintain their upright position, which is really unique, as far as the odontocetes or the toothed whales go. Yes, animals like, the baleen whales they end up on their bellies when they're alive, but not always. But these guys, most of the time, unless they're dead, will end up on their bellies. And that kind of helps keep them stable when they wait for the tide to come back in. So it's kind of a unique feature. And here's a mom calf doing the same thing. And I mentioned earlier that their first few vertebrae are not fused, and you can see that you wouldn't picture an orca being able to bend their head this way and move it around. So it's something that's really unique. If you go to an aquarium and see them, or even out in the wild, see video, they can turn their head to the side and look at you and turn it this way and that. So it's quite unique. Why this particular species has that and not narwhals and not orcas, don't know. It's unknown. Now, belugas are very social animals, just like orcas. They do tend to return to their birth areas each summer to feed and calve. Groups can range anywhere from 1 or 2 whales to several hundred whales, as we see in these pictures. Individuals will move between groups, though, within these populations. So that's something that's a little bit different than the orcas. They won't necessarily stay with the same group their entire life. They may move between groups, but they do tend to travel in these big pods. So, they don't tend to have the matrilineal-led pods as much as, say, other species like the pilot whales and the orcas. As far as lifespan and reproduction, they are believed to mate in late winter and spring. They can live up to 90 years of age, so they are long-lived animals along the lines of the orcas. They tend to reach I'd say depending on the population, reproduction kind of went out of order a little bit. The reproduction can occur during migration or in their wintering grounds. So it just depends on the particular population. Females will reach sexual maturity when they're about 6 to 14 years of age, and in males it's slightly older. Pregnancy will go at least 15 months, give or take a month, and the calves will nurse at least 2 years. So they are long-lived. They form these long bonds with their mom until they are ready to go off on their own. Females tend to generally give birth every 2 to 3 years, and they will give birth during the summer in areas where the water is relatively warm. Now, for us, it's still freezing, but for them, it's relatively warmer than, say, up in the high Arctic, because these newborns do tend to be born without that thick blubber layer to protect them from the cold. So this warm water is going to give them time to nurse and add on the blubber layer to help them survive. And some of these warmer waters tend to be found in shallow tidal flats or estuaries. So it's very common to have them up in these, really shallow areas. And so they have to, and that's another thing is it protects them from things like orcas that can't get into those shallow areas because they're just too large. The calves are born dark color and sometimes black charcoal, sometimes dark gray. And they will tend to lighten as they reach physical maturity. Here are just some photos. The top one we saw already, but you can see how it's very distinctive, and they will go through a gradual lightening. So it's not like one day they're dark and the next thing they're light. The juveniles sometimes are hard to tell, where the yearling age, the juvenile age ends, and where the subadult ends, because it's kind of this really gradual transition from dark gray to light gray, and then onto white. And the nice little feature you see in the left lower hand picture is the fetal folds on a calf. So this guy is really newborn, just born recently within the week. Now, what do we know about beluga distribution? A lot of it has come from traditional ecological knowledge from native tribes. They help us, native people. They have historical records. They've told us where their historical hunting grounds are. There have also been opportunistic sightings. There have been personal accounts from individuals, citizens, whoever may be out and sees a beluga, they'll often tell someone. There have been dedicated aerial surveys, for research purposes. There have been tagging studies that have placed satellite tags on these animals to get a better idea of where they go, particularly during the winter. And then also there's been habitat modeling where they put in factors such as oceanographic features, physical features of the ocean, and just habits of the animals and where their food is. And so they try to get some idea of the model of the habitat based on the modeling. And these are it's just a map from a bird's eye view looking down at the Arctic and the North Pole. Belugas are found in the Arctic and subarctic waters. They're along the coastline of Alaska, Russia. The dark blue is where their range is. And they can be found in Greenland, Scandinavia, Canada, and they're usually found in coastal waters, again, as I mentioned earlier, during the summer months, often in shallow water because of their calves, and to get protection from predators while the calves mature. And then during other seasons, they can be found in deeper water, sometimes diving up to 1,000 meters. They can, up to periods up to 25 minutes. So they can be quite deep divers, not necessarily staying down as long as, say, a sperm whale, but still, nonetheless, it's pretty long time. They can go down with temperatures as low as 32 degrees Fahrenheit or 0, probably even colder than that up in the extreme Arctic latitudes. They are also seasonally inhabit estuaries and large river deltas to feed on fish runs, and thus well adapted to, say, both cold ocean habitats and relatively warmer freshwater habitats. So they're able to kind of go back and forth on those. Now, what do these guys eat? A variety of things. Now, I do have a pizza. I did find this this meme of a beluga eating pizza. They are not pizza eaters, but maybe if they had a chance, who knows? But I just wanted to kind of iterate that they will eat pretty much a varied diet. So it can consist of octopus, squid, crabs, shrimp, snails, clams, sandworms, and of course they also eat a variety of fish. And this is particularly in the spring and the summer when they really need to build up their body stores of fat. And so they can eat salmon, they can eat eulachon, cod, herring, smelt, flatfish. Here's our herring, here's our sandworms and our shrimp. And then these two pictures in the middle are the eulachon or the candlefish. Now, the interesting thing about candlefish, they are super high in oil, super fatty fish, and they've been used by traditional communities up in Alaska and wherever else they were found, because the oil content was so high, they were burned as candles. So here's a picture of them dried and used as candles. So they're called also candlefish because they are just so heavy oil. But this is great for, at least in Cook Inlet, they can eat these in the spring before the salmon comes, so they can replenish some of their stores, their blubber stores, as they're awaiting salmon to return. And I do want to mention that they are a very high cultural significance to the native peoples of the Arctic and Alaska and Canada, Greenland and Russia. In fact, many communities still hunt belugas, both for consumption and profit, say with scrimshaw or making carvings or selling products. The native peoples of North America and Russia have hunted belugas for many centuries. They were also hunted by non-native people during the 19th century and part of the 20th century. So they have a long history of being, used as a natural resource. Now, hunting a beluga is not controlled by the International Whaling Commission, which kind of oversees or at least helps moderate some of the large whale hunting. They are moderated by each country. It's developed its own regulations in different years. Currently, there are some Inuit in Canada and Greenland, Alaska Native groups, and Russians that are allowed to hunt belugas for consumption as well as for sale, as Aboriginal whaling is excluded from that whaling commission that put out a 1986 moratorium on whaling. So they are exempt from that. And the top picture just shows, the size comparison to what an adult looks like. And in fact, you can see some of these pontoons or lateral ridges here. So, they can sit propped up because they have that flat bottom. And this is just boned jaw from a beluga whale that's had scrimshaw carved in it. So they do still sell those products, and it's an important part of their culture. Now, some of the threats that belugas, depending on where they live, but this is going to be common to many of the populations that they face, are habitat degradation. Degradation is a big one, particularly because of natural resource exploration. Not saying that the coast of high Arctic Russia is necessarily being developed, but it can be also if there are, wells or, piers put in for, ships to come in and pick up oil, that's all part of the habitat degradation if things are being built up. Certainly contaminants. We'll talk about the Cook Inlet beluga population next, but those are really, really high concern in most of the populations out there, and particularly in the St. Lawrence beluga in Canada, the estuary. They have been highly contaminated for a number of years, and there are definitely efforts to help clean that up. So it's just, we're aware of that. Prey limitations, so there may be drops in salmon, much as what the orca faces. There could be drops in the eulachon. There could be drops in some of their winter food prey species they depend on, while the big fish prey items are gone for the season. Strandings can also be, if they have a mass stranding, like something scares them and they all mass strand and they aren't able to all get back out. At least in Cook Inlet, we have issues with transient killer whales coming in and hunting beluga whales. So that's been a kind of increasing in the past number of years. Certainly noise is a big issue, wherever we go, as we know, also with the orcas here, but it's a big problem up in most, ocean basins nowadays. And certainly climate change is going to affect everybody. So these threats are not in any particular order, but just ones that we have to always be aware of. And efforts are, of course, always underway to help address these, quantify them, and see what can be done to help mitigate them. Now, in Alaska, we're going to switch gears and go from just general populations worldwide down to focusing on the Alaska population, particularly the Cook Inlet, because that'll then segue into our lone animal here in Puget Sound. But beluga stocks in Alaska, there are at least 5 recognized stocks, and they're shown in the purple color. And they are identified by their summering areas. So most of the populations are fairly doing okay, fairly reasonable numbers, except for the one in southeastern Alaska, which is a Cook Inlet population. That one at the last count was numbering around, I'd say around 350, 370, so not very high numbers. This is Cook Inlet. It's a beautiful area. It's a gorgeous, place to be. It does have a population that's growing, particularly in Anchorage. It's the biggest population there. So it is something that's very becoming a big concern, not only to the Cook Inlet belugas, but to other animals that live in the area and make use of the inlet. So the Cook Inlet beluga are a geographically and genetically isolated and distinct population. So they are different from those other 4 Alaska populations. And they were listed as endangered under the Endangered Species Act in 2008. Now, the problem is they are continuing to decline. And there's also a contraction in their range, which I'll show you in a minute, that has occurred over the past, say, 20, 30 years. That's very odd. And there's been a high concentration of threats, noise from development, from ship traffic, natural disasters is potentially a high concern for them because they are such a small population. If there was to be something catastrophic like an oil spill or, a volcano goes off or something happens, that they get, the whole population or a significant portion gets affected, it could wipe out this little stock. Also cumulative effects, because things don't happen just in and of themselves. They're usually, accumulation over time of many different factors. Now, there are some other threats that are listed, and this was in a recovery plan that was issued in 2016. The recovery plan for the species listed and ranked the threats that are possibly contributing to the population's decline and preventing the recovery. So the other threats they listed were pollution and prey reduction, which I think over time, I personally think will end up in the high concern threats along with the others. However, the recovery plan also documents that the uncertainty still exists, especially regarding threats of anthropogenic or human-made sources and origins. We just don't know yet how it affects them, because everything, again, is not mutually exclusive. It all kind of works together to impact these animals. So there's still a lot of work to be done on trying to model, figure out how these different threats will affect the animal, not only causing them to decline, but preventing them from recovering. This is a map that just shows it's from NOAA. It's a map that's been put out just kind of showing. So back in the 70s, well, right now they estimate the population size is anywhere between 250 to 317 animals, with a median estimate of around 279, which was from 2020, so not that long ago. But you see on the left of this chart, the numbers were a lot higher. And what I don't show is back in the 70s, they had a count that was done, and it's the last really, the earliest count that we think is reliable, and that was numbering around 1,300 animals. So you can see the declines happen. Yes, there are some ups and downs over time, but it came down, in the early mid-90s here. It was not coming back because there was some hunting that was focused on cooking the belugas. That was stopped. So working with the native Alaskans, they working with the scientists at NOAA came to an agreement to halt hunting. And once that was done in like 2005, still the numbers have not come back. And in fact, you can see they just sort of petered along. So this is the concern: is why aren't we getting back up to these numbers? What else is out there that's causing a problem? Now, I mentioned aerial surveys. They have been done in the Upper Cook Inlet for a number of years. They were annual throughout the northern part of the Cook Inlet, where they generally would search coastal areas around 3 to 5 times per year. They were doing it annually, but they've cut back to biannually as a couple of years ago. And this map is an example of survey lines that were done in 2005. And the reason they kind of concentrate in these areas, couple reasons. One, this is where all the big river deltas are. So the salmon, the belugas are going to go where the food is. And so that's where you're going to be able to count the biggest concentration of beluga whales. But also, too, I'll show you in some slides later that their range contraction has changed. So most of the effort for aerial surveys has to now be concentrated in the upper third of the inlet. Now, they're rarely seen in the lower inlet, but they are seen every time that they fly in the upper inlet. So they typically, as I just mentioned, they show up in river mouths, such as the Susitna River. They will show up here. Here's the Susitna waterway, the delta there. And they'll show up in shallow estuaries, such as the Knik Arm, which is the upper part of this where the Cook Inlet splits. They'll also show up in Turnagain Arm, which is the lower part, and then Chickaloon Bay is one of their favorite hot spots to show up. So this slide shows the cumulative sighting locations of belugas. Once they put in the survey lines, they did 5 surveys. This was in 2005, but just to show you where all the groups were seen cumulatively for that season. Now here's where we start looking at the range contraction. So back in 1970, this is how they were distributed. So in the purple area, the top half, this was the median latitude. So this is where the median of all the beluga groups would be showing up. So it was, the upper third, we call it, because what we're not showing here is that the lower third of the beluga, the Cook Inlet, goes all the way down to the bottom of the slide. So we've got the upper third. And then the turquoise or green area here is where you could find at least the 90th percentile of all the belugas showing up. So in other words, you were guaranteed between those two areas to find 90% of the belugas. As you can see, they're quite scattered about here. Then we go to the 1980s, and I'll go back real quick. I should have put the 70s comparison, but I'll go right back here. So look at that, and you can immediately see that things have changed just in the next decade. So here we have a contraction of the range, not nearly as many as we saw down here. Back in the 70s, well, down this way, but all these in the white are now gone, except for these few groups. A lot of these are gone, and now we've got more clustering up in this area. So this was the 80s. Then we get to the 90s, and lo and behold, we have none that we're seeing except up here in this little area here, a couple of groups down south. But for the most part, everything was really tightly packed up in the upper third. So now we've got to go extend this 90th percentile. That's where you're going to find, most of these whales, and the median is going to be way up here, this purple part. So, and they're even going up into Knik Arm, whereas back in the 70s, they didn't really go up there too much. They went a little bit, but not too much. But in the 90s, yes. Then we get to 2010. And now they've really pretty much confined themselves to Anchorage, to the area around Anchorage and in Knik Arm. And then we have, Turnagain Arm and then Knik Arm. So you can see that they've really, really compacted here. And we don't really understand why. So, whether it's food unavailability or limited food, it's unknown. That's still being worked out. So hopefully, with time and studying these animals a bit more, then they'll have some answers to those questions. So now we're going to move. So again, that Cook Inlet beluga population is the one that's endangered. That's the one that was in South Central Alaska. And the reason we were so worried about this particular whale is because we were wondering if it was one of those from Cook Inlet. So this is the video that started it all on October 3rd. And let's see if I can get that to go. It may take a minute here to load up. So this is a whale, and even the people, these are just citizens that were out on the water that day. It's a Sunday, and they're like, there shouldn't be a beluga here. So they had picked up on that. There's something, yeah, can't be a beluga. So they were kind of like, what is this? We have our usual species. Yeah. So they're thinking like, what is going on here? What is this? What is this animal? So Howie and Susan got this video, and it was sent to them. And then I happened to be chatting with them about something else. And they said, is this a beluga? And I'm like, oh, yes. And so I thought, gosh, where did you see a beluga in the Salish Sea? So this is the location, looking at a Google map. This is Commencement Bay. This is downtown Tacoma, and this is the Green River, or the Duwamish River, coming out with the silt. So this is where that sighting took place of the video we just saw. So, it's like, that's kind of interesting. So I contacted a few of my colleagues, and Kristen Wilkinson, our stranding coordinator up here, was contacted. And, have we seen belugas in the past here? Well, it turns out that actually there have been some sightings, both confirmed and unconfirmed. The earliest was in 1940, April 1940 in Tacoma. A beluga was shown. It was there for 3 to 4 months down near, I think it was actually near Point Defiance is where it actually was. And then there was an article that Linda Mapes, a reporter of the Seattle Times, who reports a lot on the orcas and marine life in Salish Sea. She found an article from 1940, again, reporting on this, saying that there was an edition of the Tacoma Times that carried the story of an unknown grayish, whitish sea mammal that was seen by the locals as page 1 news. It was headed for Olympia to speak to the governor. So at least they had a sense of humor back then, because I don't know, maybe they thought they were imagining it. And then in 2011, Florian Granger, who's a local biologist, had reported supposedly seeing a beluga whale in 2010, but there wasn't any photo. So this was more of an unconfirmed sighting. So it potentially could be, who knows? So thus began the whack-a-mole game with this, the whale that was seen on October 3rd in Commencement Bay. So Scott Veers was kind enough to collect all the sighting information that Alicia Brooks at Orca Network and sightings that were received through Orca Network sightings and through their whale reporting and just various reports to everybody was then collated into this list. And I don't expect you to read it, but it is available if you want to look at it. It can be, I think it's on a Google Drive. You can check with Susan and Howie or Alicia about this. So it's just a really neat way to kind of see where it was. And as people picked up on it, they're like, oh my gosh, wow, people knew what it looked like. And so there were a lot of citizens interested in like going to see if they could find it, and they'd report it to us. But what you can't see on here is that there was potentially some sightings of this animal, potentially, and possibly heard through some recordings of sounds at Lime Kiln back in September. So at the end of September, there was in the Sampson Narrows up in Canada, there was an animal that was supposedly looked like a beluga, but again, there was no picture. And then there was some possible recording of a bird-like sounds at Lime Kiln 15 minutes before the Southern resident called. So Scott Beers flagged that as an unusual vocalization at Orca Sound Lab about the same time. And then, a few days later on the 3rd, then shows up this whale, and they could very easily swim down in that time. They swim lots and lots of miles. So it certainly could have been up in Canada before it came down here. So given the sighting on the 3rd and some other sightings after the 3rd, we were contacted by Kristen Wilkinson, and she'd been talking to beluga specialists up in Alaska and in Canada, because there was concern that this animal might be an animal that's sort of wayward down from Cook Inlet. So it could potentially be a valuable endangered member of the Cook Inlet beluga population. So what we wanted to do is find out more information about this. So she contacted us, being myself, another couple of veterinarians from SR3. There's a list down here. There was Diana Lamborn from WDFW, the State and Wildlife, Scott Beers and his colleague Michael Doherty from Beam Reach, and then Amy Van Sice, who had worked with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center NOAA lab up here in Seattle doing eDNA. So here's our task was on Thursday, October 7th, was to go out down to Commencement Bay to see if we could recite the animal, to try to conduct a photo ID, get as many ID photographs, because there is an photo ID study of Cook Inlet belugas that has been ongoing for a number of years, to see if it was a match. Also for us vets to do a visual health assessment, to see, what's going on. Also to look at its behavior, and to try to get something called environmental DNA samples. So when an animal goes through the water, they can either defecate, they can shed skin cells. So we collect water, several liters of water, and then filter them down to collect any biological material that then is then tested molecularly against the genetic code of beluga stocks that are known so far. And then also to get some acoustic recordings. So what we end up finding is that we did get multiple images. We did find that the whale was not necessarily emaciated. It wasn't as fat as we like to see it. But again, this was October. It was probably in the middle of, eating, hopefully getting fattened up for winter. We did notice there was some erratic, not like abnormal, necessarily sick, but just random travel. It seemed to be drawn to busy areas. There were lots of ships around. It was a busy Thursday afternoon, and it was all over the place. So whether it was just, here looking for food and didn't care where it was going, because normally up in some of these populations, they kind of have predictable routes that they go and the way they travel. This guy was all over the place. We did collect a water sample, so I drove it up that night up to the Northwest Fisheries Science Center lab in Seattle for NOAA's lab so that I could process it. And then acoustically, there were multiple hydrophone attempts by Scott Beers and Kathy King, but really all that was recorded was ship noise. It was just really too loud. So what we're, and I'll talk about the eDNA results, the molecular analysis to see, what it showed. But anyway, so that would be on a few slides down. And Scott put together this really nice map from Google Maps to kind of trace down the route this animal took. As they were sighted, we put pins down, and he connected the dots for the first week of sighting. So that was like October 7th through that, or I'm sorry, the 3rd through that week, the 10th. And you can see it kind of went, came down from north. We don't know if it was up in Canada, probably, came down, went to Tacoma, where it was found on the 3rd, then journeyed back up to Seattle, then went across to Bremerton, the naval shipyard, then went back down, south. I guess it's following the fish. And then the second week, again, it was, coming down, up and around, and just really back and forth across this, the Salish Sea. So all around. The last confirmed sighting, this is confirmed, meaning it was definitely identified as a beluga whale, probably the beluga whale, was October 14th off of Lagoon Point on the west side of Whidbey Island. The last unconfirmed sighting was just last month. Someone supposedly thought they saw it off of Newport, Oregon on the 13th of November, but again, we don't have any photos, so we're not sure. But what we had, while it was in our area, we had contingency plans in the event whether it stranded alive, again, because at the time we just still didn't know whether it was a Cook Inlet beluga or not. And if it was, we would definitely want to have if it's stranded alive, to try to save it and to try to move it and deal with it that way. If it was dead, of course, a thorough necropsy to find out maybe was there a medical reason why this animal was all the way down so far away from its normal area. And certainly having lots of publicity was good and bad. It was helpful because it did give us a lot of information on where this animal was located versus trying to track it by itself. But in the same hand, same token, a lot of people were trying to chase it around to see if they could get a better view of it. So the findings all came in from our assessment on the 7th. The eDNA results came in. They were able to report that it was definitely not, in order to definitively find the population of origin or to match it to a known family line, they would require a lot more tissue samples than what we gave them. So it would either require a fecal sample or it would require a biopsy, which obviously, we got neither of those. But what they were able to determine from the skin cells that were sloughed and they were able to isolate from is that it is from the beluga population in the Beaufort Sea. And I'll show you a map here, or there's a map here, way up here in the northern part of Alaska/Canada. So in other words, it was not of the Cook Inlet beluga population, which is good because it's kind of a sigh of relief in that regard. The population estimate for Beaufort Sea animals was last done, I think, in 1992. There may have been some surveys since then, but I don't have numbers for those. But there was 40,000 animals. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a survey done in 2019, but those numbers are still being analyzed. But as far as the last count in 1992, for which they do have numbers, the Beaufort population was around 40,000, so not endangered. Beluga whales in the Beaufort Sea population can migrate between the U.S., in other words, Alaska, Western Canada, and they can also they can head west and go to eastern Russian waters. So what it looks like is this animal appears to have traveled thousands of miles from the Beaufort Sea and Arctic Ocean, probably through the Bering Strait, the Bering Sea, and the Gulf of Alaska to reach our waters. And Scott did a great map of this where you see we don't know where it was here, but this is the Beaufort Sea. So anywhere along this line, this animal could have been located or originated from. It went down, it went through this area here, came down. Now, how long it took to get here, we have no idea. I mean, they can travel pretty far. Having to get through killer whales that eat mammals, that's, to me, was an amazing task. Like, this animal made it all the way through those guys and, came out alive on the other side. Could have either gone here along, hugged the coastline, which might have protected it more, or it could have cut across. We just don't know. So there are a couple of different, routes it could have taken. Hopefully it stayed safe and along the coastline. Would have taken it longer, but again, we just don't know. So yeah, this is an amazing story. It's something that, we've notified our colleagues down in Alaska, or in California, and also Mexico. So in the event, hopefully it doesn't wash ashore dead, but if it's seen, maybe they can get out and get a biopsy of it, or just, see if it's the same animal. So, so very interesting case, and we'll certainly update folks if we see it again. There was one in San Diego that was seen earlier in the summer. This is not the same one, because we think that one ended up showing up dead in Mexico. Unfortunately, the carcass was not retrieved. It was just a fisherman found it, took photos of a dead beluga shortly after it was seen in San Diego. So these are probably different animals, obviously a different animal, but whether they're from the same population, we don't know. So we're just glad it wasn't one of the Cook Inlet animals, because that population can't lose another one. So anyway, this is really appreciate your attention, and thank you very much for listening in. Again, apologies for not being able to show up, but hope you all enjoy the rest of the workshop.
All right. Well, a big thank you to Stephanie for recording that for us. And again, apologies that she can't take any questions, but if you do have questions, feel free to write them in the Q&A. And if we know the answers, we can write them in there. And if not, we can try to send those over to Stephanie and get back to you later with an answer. So we are going to give everybody another little 5-minute break here to get up and stretch and refill a drink or grab a snack. And we will reconvene in about 5 minutes and have our last but not least speaker of the day, John Kalabakidis. So see you in a few minutes. Well, hopefully people are back and we'll go ahead and get started. So I'll go ahead and introduce John Kalabakidis. We're always really thrilled to have him come and speak. He has been at many of our Ways of Whales in the past, but we always learn something new and exciting every time we hear John speak. So really glad to have you here today. John is the founder and senior research biologist at Cascadia Research Collective, and today he's going to talk about some of the wonderful baleen whales we have here in the Salish Sea and give an update on gray whales and humpback whales. So thanks, John, for being here.
Yes, nice to talk to all of you. And my challenge usually, because I do talk fairly frequently to many of you, is to find the right mix of both what I would say kind of older background material that some of you have seen before, but some of you may not have if you haven't been to previous talks, and put enough new material in that it keeps those of you who have seen them before interested. So both my apologies if you've seen some of these before, but I guarantee you there's some new material in here as well, but I've tried to preserve that mix. And I'm mostly going to focus on humpback and gray whales of Salish Sea, the Pacific Northwest, and at least at the end, I'm going to bring in some of the larger West Coast research that we do. And I think with that introduction, I think most of you know Cascadia Research, we're involved in a variety of work. We have a Hawaii research program that's headed by Robin Baird. But here on the US West Coast and around Washington, our main focus has been long-term photo ID of a variety of species, primarily to look at things like abundance and trends. We have projects looking at biologically important areas for protection. We do studies on different human impacts, including the sound of Navy sonar, ship strikes, and entanglements. We, in addition to photo ID, use a fair number of primarily what I call archival tag deployments, mostly deployed and attached with a suction cup. Were very active in stranding response as well. And I'll touch on the update on humpback and gray whales. We'll touch on different aspects of this work, but we do this for a broader variety of species as well. The photo ID part is a part we've done for many years, and we have long-term catalogs for humpback whales, gray whales, and blue whales going back to either the mid-1980s for humpback and blue whales, or the 1990s in the case of gray whales. And that box on the left-hand corner shows you in each case, we have thousands of different individuals that we've identified and tens of thousands of encounters with those individuals. It's, these are much larger populations than, say, southern resident killer whales. So I think people that are used to southern resident killer whales maybe are used to when you have a small population that's encountered that, you see every individual every year and you know everything about its birth and death. We certainly don't have that with humpback blue and gray whales. In general, these are much larger populations. We estimate, as I'll describe later, many of these populations in the thousands. And so we're typically using things like mark recapture abundance estimates to look at how many animals there are rather than actually counting them all. So that's what you see in that upper right panel, and I'll be showing you one of those in details. Because these are migratory species, we also use the photo ID as a way to look at migratory movements of animals and exchanges. And I'm going to show you some recent results we have on, for example, the Salish Sea humpback whales. And we can also look at things like survival and reproductive rates. I won't have a detailed slide on this, but we've been heavily using, for example, this with looking at the survival of some of the humpback whales that get entangled along the US West Coast. There's been a dramatic increase in entanglement that I'll talk about a little later in my talk. And where we can obtain a photo ID of the entangled animals, we've been able to show, what types of entanglements have tended to be fatal versus which ones animals have survived from. And also it's been useful in showing that it's primarily younger animals that seem to suffer from the entanglements and die from them. The work we do, we use these small boats up and down the coast, both surveying out of different harbors and identifying whales. Part of our goal is to always try to get a representative sample of humpback and blue whales along the entire coast, and that's what's needed for those mark recapture abundance estimates. We published this paper on biologically important areas, but a number of years ago, and this is an excerpt from it for humpback whales. But the reason I'm showing this time is that we're actually in the process of updating this. And I think our manuscripts are due in March of this year. So just in 2 months, we're near the end of this process of going back through and reevaluating and identifying biologically important areas in a project we're doing with NOAA that is going to include humpback, blue whale, gray whales, fin whales. We are going to include southern resident killer whales, and it's going to be, it was something that at first we weren't sure how extensively it would be used because it has no regulatory power. But we were surprised after doing this first effort, how extensively this was used, both by researchers, but also in some of the negotiations between environmental groups suing the Navy. They ended up getting settlements with the Navy to not use mid-frequency sonar in any of the biologically important areas we had identified for blue whales. So it ended up having conservation implications beyond what we had expected. So we're trying to be more thorough this time in how we do that. Now, if you've seen any of my humpback whale presentations, I always show this graph, but there's always a few new points added to it. And there's 2 new points added to this from what any of you would have seen. This is our trend in humpback whale abundance that we get from mark recapture using the fluke ID shots. And the first figure I'm showing here is our estimates going back to the late 1980s for humpback whales off California and Oregon. So that's a feeding area. Humpback whales, use a variety of feeding areas around the North Pacific, and then migrate to these different breeding areas. And the humpback whales that feed off California, Oregon, we treat as one of these kind of distinct feeding areas. And on this graph, you'll see 4 different lines, and 3 of them are data, and 1 is just a trend line. So the top one that are these, and I think you can see my cursor, this black boxes and solid black line is what we think is our least biased estimate of abundance. It's using a model that tries to account for both the fact that individual animals may vary in how likely they are to be captured in photo ID, and also that capture probability might vary over time. So it encompasses 2 different elements of that. And then it uses multiple years of our photo ID recaptures to estimate abundance. And we call that the Chow model. It's named after a statistician that developed it. And you can see, that humpback whales off California, Oregon went from around 500 animals when I began doing this research in 1986 to now around 5,000 animals. So a 10-fold increase over the period I've been studying animals. And I think maybe that's a testament to, this fairly rapid recovery and extensive recovery of humpback whales. Unfortunately, maybe it's a reflection that I've been doing this too long, but as well. You'll see this, this line in blue is a trend line that shows an annual growth rate of 7.5%. And that roughly corresponds to what we've seen here going from this 500 to 5,000. So even though that's a 10-fold increase, it's only required about a 7 to 8% annual increase to achieve that sort of a 10-fold increase over that extensive a period. You see several other estimates that are lower that don't try to account for some of the same biases in our abundance estimates as the Chow model does. And they result in lower estimates of abundance, but show the same general trend, basically. Now, our data for Washington and southern British Columbia is a little bit more variable, but it shows a similar dramatic increase. We didn't begin studying the humpback whales off Washington until a little bit later. So we didn't begin getting significant samples of photo IDs until the mid-1990s. So it doesn't go quite as long, but it also shows what actually adds up to a more dramatic increase in abundance than even what we saw of California, Oregon. And that population has gone from estimates of a few hundred in the 1990s to now our last estimates with that Chow model that we think covers some of the biases of about 17, 1800 animals is our most recent abundance estimates, 2020. We're just unfortunately, I think we are learning to move a little faster with our photo IDs and with the help of automated matching systems and working with organizations like Happy Whale. And we'll actually have this updated through 2021 now, probably within 2 to 3 months. And it'll be interesting to see what comes of those more recent estimates. Now, with these increases have become changes that have been more dramatic in certain regions. And specifically, I was going to talk about the Salish Sea area. Humpback whales were hunted extensively. This recovery of humpback whales really reflects the recovery from commercial whaling. In the case of the US West Coast, commercial whaling continued through the mid-1960s, 1966, from whaling stations out of San Francisco. But in the Salish Sea, we're probably seeing a recovery from whaling that occurred even earlier than that. Humpback whales extensively use the inside waters, Puget Sound and the Salish Sea in the 1800s and into the 1900s. And it was only after whalers discovered that they could hunt humpback whales in the Salish Sea, even in winter months, because it was protected waters. And in a matter of a few years, were able to largely wipe out that component of the animals that regularly use the Salish Sea, even into winter months. And this is something that has been, even though that occurred in the early 1900s, it's been a longer, slower recovery from that. And I think partly that's been driven by the fact humpback whales show a fairly high degree of site fidelity. If they have an area they're used to using and there's abundant food for them, they'll keep using that area and returning to the same area to feed. So I think it's only been in more recent 10, 20 years as the populations have increased, have we seen that expansion and return to the Salish Sea. I was fascinated to read, this was an account that had been put together by Andrew Trites at University of British Columbia, where he did a little bit of research and showed that there was actually commercial whale watching that occurred out of Victoria for humpback whales in the early 1900s. And when the whaling began occurring for humpback whales, he even recovered some letters of some of the operators of that, concerned about the impact that would have. So it was just a fascinating connection to a much older period of whale watch activity than I thought had occurred. We think of that as a more modern activity. This is a graph just out of Hannah Miller's master's thesis that showed the trend in humpback whale sightings in the Salish Sea. And these are sighting reports that came into Cascadia, Orca Network, the Whale Museum, and the BC Sighting Network. And it just showed how dramatically the number of sightings have increased, over time. And this is just inside the Salish Sea. These aren't abundance estimates, these are just sighting numbers. Now, recently I spent a little bit of time looking at the other places the humpback whales that have been identified in the Salish Sea have been sighted. And first of all, on the left, you'll see a map of the sighting locations of humpback whales inside the Salish Sea, and especially where photo IDs were obtained. And you can see, a couple of clusters here you have this heavy cluster here in what I'd call the central part of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. That's probably dominated by humpback whale photo IDs obtained by operations associated with whale watching, because that's one of their primary areas of operation. And humpback whales have increasingly become, a species that they go out and see. The clusters over here at the western end mostly come from our own research. We actually find much higher densities of humpback whales in the western part of the strait. And you'll see those are right now kind of more heavily on the US side. That's partly because that's where our effort was. And then I've cut it off, but the vast majority of our photo IDs actually come from outside on the Washington outer coast. But here I'm just wanted to focus on those inside, or basically those that were east of Cape Flattery and the entrance of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. And for that Salish Sea, you'll see there's almost 8,000 encounters that yielded an identified individual. There were 660 unique IDs. So out of that estimated abundance that I showed you of about 1,800 humpback whales for Washington, southern BC, it looks like about 660 have been identified at some point inside the Salish Sea. And now you'll see that we can look at where these animals match to. And I was impressed. Almost 50% of the animals that have been identified in the Salish Sea, we know their migratory destination for. That's steadily grown. It's been a product of much more extensive contribution and participation into happy whale by researchers in Hawaii and Mexico and other areas. But it's really allowed a much more complete look at where the humpback whales that we have in the Salish Sea go in the winter. So bear in mind, there's still 52% that we haven't identified their breeding area, but of the 48% of the half we have, you can see a little over half of those, 28%, go to central and northern Mexico, have been identified there, and that includes Baja. Only about 1% have been identified as animals that go to Central America. And this is a pattern that we've described in our research looking up and down the West Coast that has shown that the Central America breeding population of humpback whales, which is still considered endangered, so it has the kind of highest protection status under the Endangered Species Act. And that compares to Hawaii humpback whales that are delisted, not considered threatened or endangered, or Mexico breeding humpback whales that are considered threatened under the ESA. The ones that breed in Central America, because of their small population, are treated as endangered. They're most commonly used the waters off Southern and Central California, but still a few of them do make it up here. In this case, you can see 4 different individuals, or 1% of the animals have been identified to Central America. And then you'll see at the top here, 20% have been identified in Hawaii. Now, the main thing to keep in mind, and you can roughly see, 20% plus the 28% for all of Mexico, you get to the 48% that we know the wintering area. The problem is that an unbiased assessment, is of the animals that we haven't matched the breeding areas, are they in similar proportions? And at this point, I would say we're probably slightly underrepresenting the proportion that are going to Hawaii, because I don't think we have as complete coverage in terms of what all the Hawaii animals being identified, and probably a better coverage of Mexico and Central America. In this lower panel, you'll see how whales from the Salish Sea matched other areas. And there's one very dominant picture here, and that's 65% of the animals identified inside the Salish Sea we have identified in outer coast waters of Washington and southern British Columbia. So the majority of these animals are moving kind of back and forth from inside the straits to just outside the straits, which makes perfect sense. That's the adjoining bordering area. That's where we think this, if we want to call it a colonization event, occurred, we think, in that direction. But I think as recently released by, Aaron and the Pacific Northwest Whale Watch Associations. I think they documented something like 21 humpback whale calves being born in the Salish Sea. Right now there's clearly internal recruitment occurring as well as this population grows. We're seeing the population grow along the whole US West Coast. And so that's also occurring inside the Salish Sea. Just to highlight a few other things, you'll see a few of the animals from the Salish Sea have been seen as far north as Alaska, and a few of them have been sighted down in southern and central California. And but those are fairly low percents. Mostly the Salish Sea whales are whales that are closely associated with those that feed in the outer coast waters of Washington and southern British Columbia. Now, we've been studying some of the movements of these whales with some of the tags we've deployed on these whales. We initially did some deployments a number of years ago, but more recently have been doing more extensive deployments using these dart-attached archival tags. So this is a tag that is similar to what we generally attach with suction cups, but attach with small darts and then pull out because we have to recover the tag. And these give us sort of intermediate durations of both movement and dive behavior. And more importantly, because they're archival tags, they're gathering high resolution GPS data, very detailed dive data. There's these different sensors that give us, roll and accelerometry of the animal to look at feeding events. So this is a study we've been doing in collaboration in the last 2 years with Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And it's actually their tags that we've been deploying and they've been recovering and planning to analyze, particularly to try to influence, how to mitigate and reduce ship strikes of whales. There's been attention, of course, on the concern about how ship strikes and ship noise might affect southern resident killer whales. But as you can see by, for example, this here from our 2020 deployments, and the shipping lanes here are in gray, you'll see many of the areas these whales use is right in the middle of these shipping lanes. And in fact, when we're doing this research, we're working on that. And I'll come back a little bit to this ship strike issue a little bit later in the talk, but it's another part of our research. Okay, so the second part of my talk, and I've sort of broken this talk into 3 sections, talking a little bit about kind of biology and new findings with humpback whales. I wanted to talk a little bit about gray whales. And then I want to focus a little bit on some of the threats and research involved related to that. So shifting to gray whales for the second section of the talk, I'm going to talk both about the overall gray whale population, and in particular, some of the insights related to the unusual mortality event that's been occurring throughout their range. I'm going to talk a tiny bit about the Pacific Coast Feeding Group, the group that feeds from Northern California up through Southeast Alaska, and appears to be at least a distinct feeding group from the larger population. And then I'm going to talk about our little more beloved sounders, gray whales, that represent a group of whales that stop off and feed in the northern Puget Sound area, with most of them then continuing their migration north. So first, to talk about the unusual mortality event. This was declared in 2019. It continued through 2020, and it's still active now in 2021. It's a mortality event from this map that you can see affected and resulted in gray whale deaths along their entire range from Baja up to northern Alaska. The mortality was seen throughout the year, but primarily was documented in kind of spring through summer months. And you'll see some of the totals in the box there. I actually apologize because that box that you see there, I'm just realizing is not update. The 2021 figure is a in progress figure and is not a final number yet. I had to update 2021. But I'll show you some up-to-date numbers for Washington State. Jesse Huggins, who's our stranding coordinator and has responded to many of the strandings in Washington State, starting in 2020 and continuing in 2021, has had to do these examinations with some added precautions due to COVID, but has still managed to continue to do responses to these strandings despite that. And now this is focused in on just Washington State and the stranding numbers. And again, many of you, if you've seen my past talks, have seen a figure like this, but now it's updated and accurate through 2021. And mostly the point I want to make is that you'll see here, and you'll see that there are different pairs of years where there are elevated mortalities. But what jumps out at you most dramatically is the mortality event in 1999-2000. Here, there was an unusual mortality event. And here's our one that started in 2019 that also seems to be a multi-year event, but looks a little different, unlike the 1999-2000 event that kind of almost equally spanned 2 years. You can see the 2019 event is very much centered on 2019, but mortality began to be elevated in 2018 and has stayed above normal levels now even through 2021. So it's almost spanned a 4-year period, but clearly centered around 1 year, 2019. For Washington State, those mortalities occur from April through June, or the 3 peak months that we see that. And this represents, I think this is now up to 292, if I recall, total strandings that have been documented back to 1977. So, a few kind of key takeaway points about the UME. The gray whale population was at record levels, 27,000 prior to the 2019 UME. So we think population dynamics play some role in this, in the sense that as a population gets near or reaches carrying capacity. And we always thought gray whale historical numbers for the Eastern North Pacific were somewhere in the 20 to 30,000 neighborhood. So if anything, we're at the upper level of that. But as populations approach that, they would obviously be much more vulnerable to any fluctuations in food supply. But that plays one role in it. We have obviously seen dramatic decreases in ice cover in the Arctic. Though ironically, I've been, puzzling over this because in the past, studies done by Southwest Fisheries Science Center prior to this UME found that gray whale calf production, the number of calves born, actually responded in a positive way to low ice conditions. And it seemed like lower ice, at least in the very short term, had some benefits to gray whales. It allowed access to their feeding areas sooner, and it also increased the areas that they could access to feed on. So that ice cover may be something that's kind of complicated, like it may be that decreases in ice cover initially provide some benefit to gray whales accessing feeding areas, but more importantly will be how does that decreased ice cover end up affecting productivity in those areas, because that's what will much more affect long-term consequences to gray whales. We do know that the 1999-2000 gray whale UME that we think may have killed a quarter of the gray whale population, the gray whales did recover from that. Before the 2019 UME, they had actually exceeded their estimates that they were before that 1999-2000 UME. Okay, so I wanted to shift a little bit and talk about PCFG whales. This stands for the Pacific Coast Feeding Group. It's that group that feeds from Northern California to Southeast Alaska. We do have a number of activities. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, so I thought I'd list some of these. There is now a new Pacific Coast Feeding Group consortium. So the researchers that study the Pacific Coast Feeding Group of gray whales have formed a bit of an association that meets regularly, has a board. I serve on that, but it's become a much more collaborative and participatory group that is looking to also get some things out, like a PCFG catalog that would be accessible online, trying to promote collaborative research within this PCFG range. So that's been one new development in the last year and a half. There are efforts to develop an automated matching system for gray whales. That's proceeded slowly so far. But the Wild Book Research Group based in Portland has developed an algorithm for matching gray whales. They report pretty good success with it. We haven't used it too extensively, though it used our data set as a test data set. And we're going to be experimenting with it to see how well we think it compares. Ali Perez is our lead gray whale matcher, and she knows most of the PCFG whales on site. So she's a little bit tough to compete with that way, but we would certainly make use of an automated match algorithm, especially to try to do larger scale matches that I mentioned on here, like trying to match the whole PCFG catalog to all of the whales identified on the Mexico breeding grounds. That would be an incredibly time-consuming thing to do by hand, but automated matching would open that up. It would also make it more feasible for us to do a study of the whales that are identified here in Washington in spring during the migration and during some of the events where some of the migrating gray whales concentrate in areas like Barkley Sound to feed on herring spawn. So those are some of the activities we have going on with the PCFG gray whales. We do annually estimate the PCFG abundance. It's actually remained pretty steady for the last 20 years, generally numbering around 200 gray whales. And you can see there's up and down fluctuation in this. The very early numbers that you see starting in 1998, those first 3 years, I'm not sure our sample size was quite adequate yet to get good estimates. So I'm not sure if that really reflected that the PCFG abundance was lower then, or that's just an artifact of the very early years of that collaborative photo ID effort. But after that, you'll see the population has fluctuated, but a lot of that is kind of variation. You see the error bars on these estimates. So there's just some noise in trying to estimate that. You know, the PCFG status is particularly important as it relates to the macaw hunt, which, you know, they proposed and initially did resume in May 1999, but then got halted due to legal suits. There are recent developments on this that indicate that we could be seeing a resumption of this hunt after NOAA and the macaw tribe have gone through the various legal, the steps that were legally required. We'll see how that plays out, but we may see a resumption of that proposed hunt in the near term now that it has cleared several legal hurdles. And that takes us to discussing the Sounders gray whales, you know, and these are the whales that you see in this top left panel, this area off southern Whidbey Island that encompasses Possession Sound, Saratoga Passage, Port Susan, and is regularly used by these whales during spring. And, you know, our work with the Sounders has expanded in recent years. These are some of the things we have going on with the Sounders. We really want to continue to document the individuals that show up each year and their dates of arrival and departure and how that changes. And that's become particularly important now in the context of how has the UME affected that? And we see some indications of it has that I'll make a reference to in a second here. We want to assess how their feeding on ghost shrimp has changed, because ghost shrimp are commercially harvested. As many of you know, there has been concern about the impact of the commercial ghost shrimp fishery on gray whales, that they compete for that food source. Some of our research in recent years, especially deploying tags, has been aimed at trying to determine how much they feed on ghost shrimp. Do they feed on other prey? Basically, that data, for those of you who have seen my other recent presentations, we pretty much verified that the Sounders gray whales that are here almost exclusively feed on ghost shrimp and almost exclusively do it in the intertidal zone. So it does put it more squarely in direct competition with where that commercial harvest of ghost shrimp, where they would interact with that. We have continued and did deploy 3 suction cup attached multi-sensor video tags. I'll show you a few of those results here. We did that in 2021. We hope to do that another year. We're trying to both look at how feeding may have changed with the UME and some of the changes that are occurring with the sounders, but also we're trying to increasingly use some tags that have acoustics on them, and I'll show you some results of that. There's also been a study going on by a graduate student looking at behavior of gray whales and interactions with vessels with observations from Hat Island. And there's also coordination with John and Holly, and I'll show you a number of slides from that. That's part of that joint project we're doing with SR3 and OSU that's looking at UAS-based measures of health of the sounders. Okay, I think I'll just jump a little bit ahead here just to mention a few things about, I think you've seen in my past presentations, my talking about the fact we've effectively used Google Earth for looking at gray whale feeding pits. So you can find the gray whale feeding pits in the Google Earth images that are taken in springtime at low tide. And one thing we found is that since the UME, we've been able to use this method to document that the feeding rates and the density of pits have actually increased in the UME and post-UME years. And so, for example, here for 2019 and afters, we found more areas with feeding pits that had not been seen in previous years. And we also found these higher density of pits, especially in areas like the Snohomish River Delta, where the density almost became so high, like this figure here that's showing this satellite view, and these little dots you see in here where my cursor is are feeding pits. But in the images in 2019 and 2020, these feeding pits became so dense that it almost became hard to separate individual pits from each other, something we hadn't really seen before. So it just was added evidence, and I think that's the result of two different things occurring: more gray whales, and I'll show you the increase in the sounders gray whales that have occurred, and then these gray whales staying longer, arriving earlier and staying longer. And all of those things have resulted to a much higher utilization of ghost shrimp than what we had seen in the past. I mostly threw this slide in because one of our regulars, Patch, whale 49, as I'll show you in this next slide, unfortunately may have been one of the victims of the UME, and the fact we had seen Patch every year since 1991 that we had conducted monitoring. And 2021 was the first year where we did not see him or document him in northern Puget Sound. So we're hoping that's not the case. Here's our figure of individuals. And each row here is an individual, starting with the first two whales we identified in 1990, Shackleton and Earhart. And then there are four other whales. There were 6 total that were first identified in 1990 or 91. Years go along here along the top, going through 2021. And again, this is a slide I think many of you might be familiar with, and I'll highlight the new elements of this. First of all, you see 2021 added, and you'll notice a bunch of new individuals added at the bottom here. These are part of our new recruited sounders, and we define sounders as whales seen in the northern Puget Sound in more than 1 year. So if they're seen in repeat years, we then promote them to the sounders catalog. There are a few other individuals that might be seen 1 year that pass through the area that we don't put on this chart. But for every whale seen more than 1 year, we've put it on here. There have been a few that showed up just a couple years and then disappeared. But mostly it's been made up of these core group of animals that came in either 1990 and 91, or a second group that came here in 1998 to 2000 in that period there. And now we clearly have a new cohort that has come in starting in 2018, 19, and 2020 associated with this UME. And I'll make a couple more points on this figure. First of all, you'll see the occasional boxes. Well, I'll come back to actually that point. Let me wait on that point for a second. I'll come back to that in a second. But you'll see more sounders present in any 1 year. You'll see that very pronounced absence of patch right here by this non-shaded square, even though it's solid going all the way back to 1991 for patch. Now, again, here's a figure you've seen before, but I've updated it with the most recent. This is overlaying those stranding numbers for Washington State with which are in these dark blue boxes. And then superimposed with the scale on the right are these gray boxes that show how many new sounders appeared and joined the group that year. And you can see we had 6 join here, which is 2 and 4 in 1990, 91. And even though that wasn't a UME year, it was a period of elevated mortality of gray whales. Then we had 6 more whales, 3 each year, that joined in that UME in 1999, 2000. And then here's our UME here, 2018 to 2020, we've had new animals join. And interestingly enough, it adds up to 6 whales again. So 6 whales in each of these periods. I don't know why it's been 6 each time. I haven't put a box for 2021 just because any new whales that show up in 2021, we wouldn't verify as joining sounders until we see them this year in 2022. So that box is blank mostly because we have to see who returns from 2021 to fill that in, to know if they return. So that pattern has very much stayed consistent with high mortality years are years that sounders join the population. I mentioned we did a couple of deployments this year, and we also have this new project looking at vocal behavior of the sounders. And this has been spearheaded by Hannah Clayton, who's been working with us. She was interested in whale acoustics. So I initially had her look at some of the acoustic detections on the tags, and she has become an amazing expert on the gray whale acoustics, and has now gone back and analyzed all our tag deployments going back, looking to detect acoustic calls, vocal calls of gray whales. And that's important. Acoustics have become this key area of research with many large baleen whales. Gray whales have somehow not gotten the attention that some of the other large whales have, but that's changing a little bit. Most of the acoustic research and vocal study of vocal behavior of gray whales has mostly been done on gray whales on the breeding grounds and in migration. So we thought the sounders represented this great opportunity to look at their vocal behavior on feeding grounds when they're actively engaged in feeding. And for example, this is one of the tags we deployed on whale 531. One of the whales we deployed a tag on. You can see that in this case, it was engaging in feeding. These green bars going up here are when did the animal roll on its side? And you can see up here on the top is how deep was it diving. So you'll see these periods where it was feeding in very shallow water, not diving very deep, and rolling on its side. These were the feeding periods. And they heavily coincided with high tide. But interestingly, 531 also represented a tiny bit of an exception. She also had some feeding behavior she did that wasn't at high tide as well. It was in very shallow water, but it was in areas where she was trying to feed. And you'll see that this will tie in with a finding from John and Holly's work that showed that 531 appeared to be pregnant. And she may have been working particularly hard to bolster her nutritional condition. But these are some of the calls Hannah was able to identify and detect. She actually detected 209 calls from our tag data. She was using both the hydrophone acoustic sensor when it was available on the tags, and when it wasn't available on the tags, or even when it was, she also looked at the accelerometry signal, because increasingly we're able to use the vibration that's picked up on the accelerometer as an indicator of whether the tagged animal is the one producing the vocalization. It looks like when these animals vocalize, that vibration actually is picked up by the accelerometry signal. And so she's able to use that both to identify calls on animals where we didn't have an acoustic sensor, but also then, even when there was an acoustic sensor, to identify if the tags were being produced by the tagged animal or an animal nearby. And that led her out of these 209 calls to be able to attribute 52 of them to the whale with the tag. Okay, and you'll see in this graph here, these X's show when some of the calls detected in this particular sequence here were detected that we think were being produced by whale 531. And what you'll see is all of the calls she produced were generally outside of the time that she was feeding. Some of them were immediately after when she fed, but they generally didn't occur during these more extended feeding periods that you see at several points here. And so that was valuable to hear. I'm going to try to play one of these calls, but it's fairly quiet. So I'm going to click on this. What you're going to want to listen to is, if you have volume, I'm going to start speaking very quietly so I don't blow out your microphone. But if you want to just turn up your volume a little bit right now, and then I'll tell you when I'm done. I'm going to speak quietly. And now I'm going to hit this so we can hear that vocalization. Okay, it was a low rumble right in the middle of that. I'll play it one more time. Almost sounds like a low roar. Okay, I don't know if anyone could hear that. Turn your speaker and audio back down, because now I'll start talking louder again. I won't play that again, but I just wanted to share that with you in case you could hear it. The other work we've been actively doing has been with John and Holly, looking at the health condition of these animals. This has been a really productive joint project. These are some of the images and results that have come from that work. I've shared some of these before, but I'll show you some new results that John and Holly have come up with more recently than what I've shown before. These were just some of the images, like from 2020, that showed that, in this case, we were able to very clearly identify pretty rapid growth in body condition, even over short periods of time, from a sequence of photographs of the same individual whale. And we were impressed with how these whales grew in body condition. And you'll see here, these are some of the, by Julian day, so through the season, showing the change in body condition of some of these whales. And you can see how they're improving condition in this fairly dramatic fashion, and only evidence of a few that seem stable or possibly decreased. And again, I mentioned that this was also a very successful technique. In 2020, John and Holly were able to use it to identify that Earhart, whale 22, appeared to be pregnant from the fact her girthiest section was further back than is typically seen. And that seemed to have been borne out. I'll show you the chart. We suspect that each year that Earhart gives birth to a calf is the year she does not show up in northern Puget Sound. And so based on the data from 2020, we were not expecting to see Earhart in 2021 based on that. And indeed, this is that same graph, but now you'll see here's for Earhart, these reds are where we presumed because she was absent, she may have had a calf. Here you see in yellow the 2020 where we'd thought she was pregnant, and sure enough, she didn't show up in 2021. So that did seem to be verified that way. And then here's 531, another whale that has had these absences in past years. So we don't expect, if 531 had a successful calf, that we'll see her this year. Okay, some of the results that came out of John and Holly's work also showed that, some of the other whales that weren't the regular sounders, that were new animals to the areas, did not show some of the same rate of improvement as the sounders did. We've also been using another technique to try to look at longer term body condition measurements using angles behind the blowhole to look for sort of how much there was this dip behind the blowhole. And basically this downward graph shows you that even by that method in different individuals, as that angle decreases, it's showing better health by the animal. So we're developing some new metrics over how to detect that. Okay, I see that it's 3:40 and I've been talking for a while, so I'm going to, I think, jump ahead a little bit. I wanted to just show you, this was that tag we deployed on 5/31. The tag is actually on the whale here because I'm a little bit colorblind. Sometimes I have trouble seeing that tag. I believe it's right in here on this whale. And oh no, wait. And this was another individual we tagged. And these are these suction cup attached tags. Here's an aerial view. We were able to link our tag data. In this case, the tag is visible here in the image right here that we were able to get. And I'm going to jump and go maybe just a little bit quickly through a few of these updates on threats to large whales, just to make a couple of points. First of all, on entanglements, especially off the US West Coast, there had been this increase in entanglements in 2015 that had occurred. It seems like that has not been as extreme in recent years, but it elevated the concern about entanglement risk, especially to humpback whales, the dominant species that was responsible for that increase. So that's something we've been trying to pay more attention to and do more work with, both in terms of disentanglement efforts. We have documented entanglement as a contributing or primary cause of death in an increasing proportion of the large whale strandings that we've responded to. These are decade blocks of what proportion of whales showed percent of strandings that had entanglement related mortality. We've been trying to ramp up our entanglement response activities, both trying to better document the gear and the individuals and also engage in disentanglement. This was from a successful disentanglement we did off Port Angeles of an animal caught in Dungeness crab gear. Unfortunately, our efforts in entanglement response had a tiny bit of a setback here in the fact that Doug Sandilands of SR3 and Jen Tackaberry, both level 4 entanglement responders, have moved back to the East Coast and are now working on entanglement related issues with large whales on the East Coast. And so we lost 2 of our most experienced entanglement responders. So we've been working to fill that gap. Let's see. I want to mention another effort we've been doing to reduce entanglement risk that I think has been very successful. These are surveys we've been doing in California to inform decisions around the Dungeness crab fishery. And this is, there have been two efforts, a Dungeness crab working group made up largely of Dungeness crab fishermen trying to develop strategies to reduce entanglement risk, but also the state of California and NOAA have been very active in this. The state of California was sued by the Center for Biological Diversity over the fact this was a state managed fishery that was entangling whales. And as part of their settlement, they agreed to try to manage the fishery in a way to reduce entanglements of whales. So we've actively participated in trying to do surveys to inform decisions around when to open and when to close the Dungeness crab fishery. Normally, the Dungeness crab fishery in California opened in mid-November. Partly, that's the peak time for the fishing, but it was also sort of assumed that many humpback whales would have migrated out of the area by then, something that our surveys the last 2 years have shown is not generally the case. So our overall goals were to kind of do these surveys to identify the presence of whales, especially in areas that overlap with the fishery, to get better data on kind of trends, movements, and stock structure, to try to better document entanglements and try to be more successful achieving disentanglement efforts. This is taking, for example, surveys we did just this last October. So this is just before the fishery was going to open. These surveys were primarily at the very end of October. So just 2 weeks before the fishery was going to open. These show the tracks of our small boat surveys. And then you see all these circles indicate humpback whale sightings in red or blue whale sightings in blue. And they documented very high densities of humpback whales, not just in this overall area, but often concentrated in shallower waters that directly overlapped with where the Dungeness crab fishery would have tended to operate. And partly as a result of this information, and this was corroborated with aerial surveys, the Dungeness crab opening was postponed for Central California into December instead of opening in mid-November. And the same thing happened in 2020, where we had surveys that informed the continued presence of high numbers of humpback whales. And there again, the season was postponed and not opened until mid-December, mid to late December. So I think in both those cases, there's some very successful active management, underway. And for us, it's been, a very productive way where our surveys actually plug in and contribute to trying to reduce the threat of entanglement. Again, just some of the survey results, I won't belabor it. Also on these surveys, we document what the humpback whales are feeding on. That's become important because when they're feeding on fish, humpback whales generally feed closer to shore and often at the surface, things that would put them at greater risk of entanglement in the surface gear that marks the Dungeness crab fishery, compared to when they feed predominantly on krill, when they generally tend to be concentrated closer to the shelf edge and out of the area of primary Dungeness crab fishing. We've also been conducting 2 studies on scars. These are entanglement-related scars. One by a student, Annabelle Wall, who's working on a publication and has finished her master's thesis, and another one, Allison Payne, working at San Francisco University, both looking at the acquisition of these scars and using it as an alternate indicator of the proportion of animals that become entangled, what regions are affected most by entanglement, and also what are the annual trends. And part of the reason that's important is entanglement reports. Most whales that become entangled never get reported. So we only get kind of this small portion, and sometimes we don't know if those trends in numbers of entanglements, reported entanglements, is a change in entanglement rates or a change in reporting rates. And scars give us a way, by looking at the survivors of entanglement, to try to get away from that bias. And we estimate that only 5 to 10% of entanglements get reported. Okay, I see we're at 3:50. I think I'm going to I was going to give a little update on ship strikes, but there's not, as I talked a little bit about that. I'm just going to go to a few final slides to wrap up here. There are measures underway and efforts to try to reduce ship strikes of whales. I was excited and just earlier this week on a call that the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary is helping to organize to, try to pull together strategies to reduce ship strikes of large whales. There are a number of strategies for reducing these, including moving shipping lanes, and that's been successfully applied in areas like Los Angeles, Long Beach, San Francisco, and can be applied here to move shipping lanes away from areas of known whale concentrations. We're wanting to look at ship transit routes along the coast and how to move them away from the shelf edge where whale densities are highest, using slowdowns of vessels in key areas where it overlaps with whale density to reduce both the incidence and the lethality of ship strike. And hopefully by improved awareness, and there are a couple of programs I don't have time to mention here that are trying to improve this awareness. My basic conclusions overall have just been that humpback whales have increased and returned to the Salish Sea as their populations have recovered, but we are seeing this exposure to increased risks from ship strikes, ship noise, and entanglements. We have learned more about these sounders and how this seems to be becoming an increasingly important stopover point for gray whales, especially in the context of these food-related mortality events that are affecting the larger population. And then we're excited about some of these new tools, from tags to the drone-based health assessments, to the acoustics that are letting us get new insights on this. Okay. I actually apologize for going maybe a little longer than I wanted there. And here's where I find out if any of you are still there and I can answer some questions for you. Sorry to go on for so long. I have not been monitoring the chat or the Q&A, so maybe I'll rely on Elisa or someone to cue me into those and how to best take questions.
No apologies, John. It was a great presentation. Thank you. We do have several questions. One we have is, it's actually a 3-part question. Just give me a second to find it in the chat. Kind of got lost. It's, I heard there was a gray whale calf in Monterey Bay this week. Is that normal? And then the second question that Karen had is, what is the date range of gray whale births, and have there been any gray whale stranding since 2022?
Okay, I don't know of any gray whale stranding so far in 2022. Initially following their migration, the first indications of mortalities we get will be, primarily south of us and in Mexico and Southern California. There have been a number of reports of gray whale calves, and I want to say going back at least a decade, 10, 20 years, there's been an increasing documentation of gray whale calves born on the southbound migration. So that does not, I wouldn't say that's a rare or unusual event. It certainly seems to have been occurring with increasing frequency. I did not hear specifically about the gray whale calf in Monterey Bay, but it doesn't surprise me in the context of those larger observations. See, what was the second part of that question, Tiffany?
Hold on. The chat's going, so I keep losing it.
I see it flying by. I can't keep up with it either.
Wait, I'm almost there. Okay. What is the date range of gray whale births?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. And I'm not quite as on top of that. I believe it goes from December, through at least February. So it would occur through that. I was trying to remember those births that were documented on the southbound migration, I believe were December births as best as I remember. We did a bunch of looking at even some of the sounders and PCFG gray whales that were sighted on migration and looking at their movement patterns. And it's interesting, off areas like Southern California, you have animals migrating south. The late southbound migrators actually overlap with the beginning of the northbound migrators. So you'll get animals, and I think the turnaround time where it became more northbound migrators was generally in February, early February. So even though it's a pretty regular migration, you see a fair amount of variability in that timing that occurs on migration. And generally on the northbound migration, the mothers and calves will come up latest. We'll start to see northbound migrators in late February and March and peak numbers in April. And then we'll see the mothers and calves primarily, in late April and May will be when the mothers and calves will be coming up.
Okay, thank you. And then Susan Anderson is wondering if you know what percentage of entanglements are from derelict gear.
Yes, no, and that's been an important question. And we've tried to, in our surveys, document derelict gear. And here I'm going to channel Doug Sandilands, who has tracked many more entanglements than I have. And his general answer to that question is the vast majority of entanglements are of active gear and not derelict gear. So while derelict gear, I think, is important to reduce because it's serving a detrimental function, it's debris on the bottom, it's not serving a commercially valuable thing, it's probably killing some of the target species, it's an entanglement risk you can get rid of. Unfortunately, it's not the major source of entanglement. The reality is, I forget what the tally is, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 to 300,000 crab pots are put out along the US West Coast. So even, it's just that huge volume of gear in the water. If you're a boater, even coming into areas like Westport into Grays Harbor, you're familiar, you cannot travel a straight line during peak Dungeness crab fishing without, running across a crab pot with your engine. And you can just see that whales would face the same challenge.
And then John Schmidt is wondering if there is an estimate of how many humpbacks used the Salish Sea back in the 1800s.
Yes, yes and no. The best indicate, no one estimated an abundance, but what we can get, and I don't know the number off the top of my head, here's where I need someone like Brian Gisborne who would know this off the top of his head. We do have a pretty good idea of after they killed, and I want to say it was in the neighborhood of 300 to 400, that then it became no longer productive for them to keep trying to hunt them. So that gave you, and they did that just in a 3 or 4 year period. So that tells us that the number that we're using the Salish Sea, and keep in mind that whaling operation primarily operated in winter, which is the wild thing. So it was mostly getting, late fall animals that stayed through the winter. And right now we have a number of humpback whales in Puget Sound that are juvenile animals that apparently are not making the migration south. And so I think the whalers were taking advantage of animals staying late, some of the overwintering animals, and early arriving animals. But it seemed like once they killed in this several hundred neighborhood, they had wiped out most of the animals. So I think it was probably, we're probably starting to get close to what it might have been, given that, right now I would say we're not quite up to those numbers, but as I mentioned, we have evidence that at least 600 different unique humpback whales have used the Salish Sea in recent years.
And then do we have an idea of what the gray whale's average lifespan is?
Yeah, lifespan of whales is sort of a fascinating question, and I'll just tell the quick anecdote that, the standard line used to be, baleen whales we thought would live something like 50 to 80 years. And that was sort of the standard line. And mostly because, especially with baleen whales, we don't have the aging techniques we can use, which include either layers on the earplugs that were primarily used during whaling days, or now layers on baleen. All don't work well in older animals. They primarily work with younger animals. So it gets hard to age an animal when it gets much older. But for example, to show how wrong we can be, one of the more exciting findings, it's now almost a decade ago, was the discovery of stone harpoon points in bowhead whales that hadn't been used for over 100 years in some of the whales that were killed by the Alaska natives. And through a couple of lines of evidence, we're showing that some of these bowhead whales were well over 100 years old. So I think I'm going to give the standard answer that we think probably gray whales is something closer to the 50-year neighborhood, but I'll just throw out that we've been surprised before. So I think some of the studies like of the sounders, where now we've got animals we've documented over 30 years, it'll be fun. Once we continue that another 30 years, we'll have a little more data on that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And is food availability a concern for the humpback population in the Salish Sea? And do you foresee a population correction for them as well?
Yes, well, that's a great question, because there are areas, we did this study in the mid-2000s called Splash, and it documented humpback whale populations across the North Pacific, and it had hundreds of collaborating researchers. And interestingly, at that time, all the evidence suggested that humpback whale populations in all the regions we were studying were increasing. But since Splash, there's been a pretty dramatic downturn in humpback whales in Southeast Alaska, an area that used to be one of those areas that was booming. And they've seen a dramatic decline in humpback whales that's only in the last few years started to be reversed. So I would say there's some indications of that potentially already occurring in some regions. And I was pretty convinced, if you could recollect my figure, and if you had heard me talk 5 years ago, it looked like the humpback whale abundance estimates that we were coming up with for the US West Coast were leveling off. And it almost looked like, and I was actually saying, this may be the population reaching the food limited carrying capacity. But then it took off again. I don't know, but certainly because we've seen it with gray whales, because we've seen it in humpback whales in Southeast Alaska, I would suspect that eventually we will probably see some type of correction. Will it be as dramatic as what's occurred with the UME with gray whales? I don't know, but I think I think we are probably headed for something like that at some point.
Okay. And any update on the hybrid whale and its communication and location, the loneliest whale?
Yes. And some of you, I think it was probably, I forget, I want to say 6 months ago or 4 months ago, something along that line. A movie came out that you can get. I think it's called The Loneliest Whale or 52. It's a movie about this unique sounding whale that was first detected by a Navy researcher, Bill Watkins. And he produced a call that was very different than had been heard with any other call. And Watkins tracked this whale over many years. And it's called 52 because at that time, the fundamental frequency for its call was 52 hertz. So that was the frequency of the call. And sometime I want to say 5 years ago or so, this became a little bit of a popular topic. And the whale got coined the loneliest whale, the idea that this whale was out there producing this call that no other whale produced, and that maybe it was, alone. And so we worked with a filmmaker, Josh Zeman, who ended up producing this film. And a number of years ago, I led an expedition where we actually went to look for it. The main hypothesis that came out of that movie and that I've speculated on is we have also, in our research, identified a hybrid whale between a blue and a fin whale. And that whale's movement seemed to somewhat match where some of these detections have been made of the 52 hertz whale. And it could be an explanation of what the 52 hertz whale is, that it is a hybrid. And in fact, the very location we did our expedition to look for the loneliest whale, the very next year I went out and I found that hybrid whale there. But we have yet to conclusively link the hybrid producing that call. So it's still slightly speculative. Since that movie was made, we have cited that whale. We have actually published a paper on it. Tom Jefferson is the senior author on all the sightings of that whale. So there is some new data since the movie, but I have not seen it in the last year. Let's put it that way.
Okay,
great.
And then one other question, and we're going to leave the rest. We're going to respond in the chat. But one last question from Jenny is, I noticed on the sounders list that most of them appear to be male, and she's wondering if any idea why that might be, and if maybe number 22 and 531's pregnancy breaks from the Salish Sea are helpful in figuring out some details here.
Yes, no, absolutely. We wondered that, ourselves, and clearly we see with 531 and 22 that the adult female whales, don't seem to want to come here when they're with their calves. And there are a couple of possible reasons. One, as I mentioned, mothers with calf migrate later. So it could be, they're in more of a hurry to get to their primary feeding grounds up in the Arctic. And they've sort of missed that primary window where most of the sounders whales feed. But you would also think, whale 22 Earhart is one of the boldest whales. I mean, we see her go into the shallow waters of 7-8 feet deep water, and a kilometer, or more from deep water. And often some of the other whales follow her in. She's one of the boldest in kind of taking those risks. And it'd be hard to imagine if that would be safe to do with a calf. So whether they know that or not, but maybe it's a good thing. So it could be that just that females, because they have calves and are migrating later, just are less likely to be looking for these alternate kind of, if you will, early feeding season options for feeding. But it is, I don't view we've figured that out completely yet. But they are certainly good indicators of them. And maybe we're seeing that while there are fewer of the females that are doing this, it's clear from 22 and 531, they almost seem to extract an even bigger benefit from it than some of the other whales, and that they're more aggressive in their efforts to feed and get benefit that they need to be able to sustain a pregnancy and to reproduce.
Thank you, John, again. It was an absolute pleasure to get to hear you speak. And we're going to turn it over. Susan's going to close out the webinar for us.
Thank you so much, John. We should know better than to just give you an hour. We should always give you 2 hours, or we were kind of chatting in the background how we want to schedule you for a week-long seminar with field trips. So that'll be next. But, thank you all. And as Tiffany said, we can still try to answer some of the questions in the chat or in the Q&A online. And I know we're at time, and I promised I wouldn't say too much, but I just want to thank everyone, all of our amazing pod who helped this come together, the many hours of work to put it together, and all of you who attended. To us, an event like this is just exactly what we want to see happening. It's that education and inspiration and sharing, coming together. It's sad we can't do it in person still, maybe next year. But it's great that we have people from all over who can be a part of this. And what I think I loved seeing the most in the chat and the questions and the comments was people, just your dedication and wanting to know more, and especially how can I take action and wanting to help. And that is really the most important thing. We can educate and inspire, but if we don't do it in a way that calls people to want to take action, it only goes to each person that we touch. That when we inspire people to want to take action or to share what they learn with others, the ripples just go as far as the tsunami waves from the volcano that erupted this morning, which I hope everyone is safe from. But thank you all for being a part of this, all the wonderful presenters, our staff, and everyone who has come today. So,
yes. Thank you, John. Highly informative. And thank you, crew. Thank you, team, for putting all this together and keeping it going, playing all those bases so well, and making this, I think, a great Ways of Wales. Ways of Wales 2022. It's a wrap. Nicely done.